A quiet island in the Pacific, people are sleeping peacefully, the waves are softly hitting the shore, and everything seems calm and normal. But beneath this calm moment, a hidden force is gathering, something that would soon shake the very heart of Japan. It's 1945, and World War II is nearing its end. American bombers are quietly preparing for their final missions over Japan. These missions will soon bring the war to its breaking point, leading to the last bomb that will change the course of history. Earlier in 1945, the US started large-scale bombing missions against Japan using B-29 bombers. These aircraft flew long distances, about 1,500 miles, from their bases on islands like Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. The 21st Bomber Command was in charge of these missions, planning to defeat Japan completely, all the way to the final bomb. This marked the beginning of the final push toward Tokyo. Meanwhile, on Guam, life seemed peaceful. After 6 months of reoccupation, the Chamorro people, who had been liberated, were living happily in their villages. They didn't realize how much had changed around them. The US had built roads, airfields, and communities, bringing in supplies and equipment across the Pacific. The once dirt roads were now highways, and the area was transformed into a modern, functioning base. By midsummer, the 21st Bomber Command, led by General Lee May, was in full force. The bomber missions began hitting Japan with incredible strength. In just 2 months, they doubled the amount of bombs being dropped, with over 600 aircraft involved in each mission. This didn't happen by chance. It was all part of Curtis Lee May's plan. Ground crews worked around the clock, using faster techniques to repair aircraft and keep them ready for action. By July, the Bomber Command had become a powerful and efficient machine. Here's a key part of the Bomber Command: 11 men and a B-29 bomber. While they get ready for action, let's look at where they're headed and what their mission is. It all started 12 hours ago in the war room on Guam. General Lee May and his team were reviewing the weather report for Japan. The forecast for Nagoya was mostly cloudy, with bad weather around Tokyo and Osaka. With this tough situation, General Lee May made a call. 4 wings would strike Tokyo at 10:00 a.m., flying under the clouds to bomb at 12,000 feet. Next, it was time to pick the target. The first target was mostly destroyed, so they chose a new one, target number 574, which was untouched. The general gave the orders, and the operations team got to work making the changes. Behind the scenes, a lot of planning had already gone into this mission. Teams had spent thousands of hours gathering intelligence and organizing everything for the strike. The bombers would be escorted by 3 groups of P-51 fighters. Smoke markers will be dropped every minute by lead aircraft to help speed up the departure from the assembly point. Each wing will have 1 squadron carrying M47 incendiary bombs, while the rest will carry regular bombs. The aircraft will fly at 12,000 feet and 210 miles per hour. The 314th Wing's aircraft will carry about 7,300 gallons of fuel each. The bombing run will follow a radar checkpoint at 34.50 north and 140 east for easy navigation. The Navy was asked to provide help for air-sea rescue, with surface ships, submarines, and special rescue aircraft on standby at different positions. 4 B-29s will also be ready for rescue as needed. Lieutenant Colonel Catton, a former pilot with lots of combat experience, is in charge of making sure everything runs smoothly. He'll be flying along to check the smoke signals at the assembly point. Once everything is confirmed, the field order is sent out to the wings. Takeoff time is sent to the controller, who manages all the communications in the control room, the heart of the operation. In this room, they keep track of all the details of the mission. Before takeoff, the entire flight is planned and displayed on a mission board. Colored lines represent each wing's flight path, passing by Iwo Jima and continuing to the target. Other symbols mark rescue positions, and updates on each wing are recorded as the mission progresses. For the veteran crew, it's just another day, another 1,500-mile trip across the Pacific. It's a 15-hour mission, using 7,000 gallons of fuel, with 4 engines and 11 crew members. They're flying across a huge stretch of ocean, heading to Tokyo. The 34th Wing is airborne, with 145 aircraft taking off 1 minute apart, each carrying 67 tons of bombs. Those B-29 takeoffs are tense. The first few moments feel like the toughest part, and sometimes it feels like you need a bit of luck to make it. At Tinian, just 100 miles north, 2 more wings prepare to take off. 134 aircraft from the 58th Wing and another 100 from the 313th. Shortly after, 153 bombers from the 73rd Wing at Saipan joined the mission. The control tower at Saipan sends this information to Guam, where the mission reports are updated and sent to Washington. During the first hour, the B-29S cruise just above the water, saving fuel. The crew, trained to work as one, follows the navigator's course, passing island checkpoints like Pagan and Iwo Jima, an important base captured by the Marines. Iwo Jima now launches P-51 fighter aircraft to escort the bombers over Japan. General Moore and his team make sure everything is ready for air-sea rescues, and the P-51s are set for their longest flight ever. 7 hours on one engine, with extra fuel tanks and a lot of determination. As the bomber wings pass Iwo Jima, P-51 fighter planes take off, planning to meet the bombers 3.5 hours later near Japan. After a meeting, the fighters head to the assembly point, guided by certain B-29s acting as navigator ships. Meanwhile, the bomber wings push ahead toward Japan, sending updates back to Guam about their flight position. As they near the bad weather zone, the pilots prepare to climb. The bombers slowly rise in altitude, and the crews get ready for the serious part of the mission. Each gunner checks their controls, and the bombers approach the assembly point. Once there, the fighter escorts join the formation, taking their positions above the bombers. Lead bombers began circling, dropping smoke markers to organize the formation. The groups separate and form into 9 or 11 plane waves, ready for their mission. The mission is in full swing. As the bombers approach the coast, they spot land and get hit by enemy anti-aircraft guns. The iconic Mount Fuji signals the turn toward the target. Anti-aircraft guns become heavier, and Japanese fighters start attacking. Some dive directly into the formations, with a few attempting suicide missions. Others drop bombs in front of the bombers. But P-51s are ready, engaging the Japanese fighters. Despite their efforts, some enemy planes still get through, only to be met by the B-29's powerful guns. As the bombers near their target, the skies begin to clear over Tokyo. Bomber crew members lock onto their target Japanese aircraft factories and an airfield. From 12,000 feet up, the bombers drop 4,000 tons of bombs, turning the area into smoking ruins as each wave adds to the destruction. The mission is complete. The bombers turn and head south over the charred remains of Tokyo. They pass the scorched landscape left behind by the intense bombings from earlier raids. As they move down the Chiba Peninsula, they're still in fighter territory. The P-51 Mustangs get back to work, dropping low for strafing runs. They target Japanese infrastructure, railroads, power lines, factories, and even ships, hitting anything that keeps Japan moving. After their attack runs, the fighters climb back to join the bombers heading home. As they near Iwo Jima, fuel gauges are running low, but spirits are high. The P-51 celebrate their victories with rolls in the sky, one for each Japanese plane they downed. For the B-29s, the sight of Iwo Jima is a relief, especially for those limping in with engine trouble or battle damage. Over 2,000 bombers have made emergency landings here in recent months, saved by the Marines who secured the island. Some refuel quickly and head back to base, but Iwo Jima is still a tough place to land. Weather can quickly turn Iwo Jima into a nightmare. Thick fog and sudden overcasts often block the airstrip. Pilots may get orders to bail out, or if they're lucky, a B-29 might manage a perfect emergency landing. Sometimes a battle-damaged bomber barely makes it back, only to crash just before landing. One crew escaped just before their plane was engulfed in flames, and firefighters bravely rushed in to save the plane. Meanwhile, other bomber wings near their bases, the exhausted crews, after 15 long hours, finally see the Marianas on the horizon. It's a relief to touch down on solid ground again. More importantly, it's a relief to feel the humid heat and be back with the living, sharing stories with the ground crew about close calls and enemy fighters. But not all B-29 crews were so lucky. The 11 men and the bomber didn't make it back. Rescue teams are pulling apart the wreckage, and somehow, through the flames and debris, one man survived. One life saved, but 10 lost. There were many other days and nights where young lives were lost. By the end of July, B-29s had nearly wiped out the enemy's ability to fight. Large missions were set to hit Japan with double the amount of bombs that had ever fallen on Germany. The question was, how much longer could Japan hold out? In August, we tested something that was never used in Germany. While huge land, sea, and air forces prepared for the final invasion, our B-29s dropped 2 atomic bombs, speeding up Japan's surrender and saving many American lives. Rescue teams rushed to pull survivors from the wreckage. Sometimes they managed to save one life, but many others are lost. By the end of July, our B-29s had nearly destroyed Japan's ability to keep fighting. Massive bombing missions hit Japan harder than anything Germany ever faced. But in August, the 2 atomic bombs were dropped over Nagasaki and Hiroshima, forcing Japan to surrender and saving countless American lives. When the atomic bomb hit Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, the impact was beyond anything anyone had ever seen. The bomb exploded about 2,000 feet above the city, releasing a force so powerful that it instantly leveled buildings, shattered windows, and created intense heat that melted steel and set fires across the city. The blast wiped out almost everything within a 1-mile radius of where the bomb went off. In total, about 140,000 people died from the blast, the fire, and the radiation by the end of 1945. Many were killed instantly, while others died later from their injuries and the effects of radiation. Survivors were left with severe burns, radiation sickness, and deep trauma from the destruction they witnessed. Buildings made of concrete and steel couldn't handle the pressure and collapsed. Wood and brick structures were flattened in seconds. Closer to the center, nothing was left but rubble and ash. Trees were uprooted or scorched, and stone monuments were displaced or shattered. In a cemetery near Ground Zero, tombstones were cracked, and the force of the explosion moved large stone blocks. The heat from the bomb left marks on everything it touched. Shadows were permanently burned into walls, roads, and even people. This happened because the intense light of the bomb would freeze the outline of objects in its path. As far as 5,000 feet away from the explosion, buildings were still severely damaged. The walls of large concrete buildings were bowed inward, their roofs blown off. The structures were also gutted by the fires that started after the blast. The intense heat caused materials like metal to warp and bend. Steel structures twisted like they were made of rubber, and glass windows shattered into sharp pieces. Inside many buildings, the floors collapsed, walls cracked, and support beams were displaced. The fires that followed the explosion were just as deadly. Most buildings that survived the initial blast were consumed by flames within hours. The heat and wind from the bomb spread these fires quickly across the city, destroying what little was left standing. The public library and many other important structures were reduced to piles of rubble and ashes, despite being farther from the center of the explosion. The Higashi police station in Hiroshima was one of the many buildings affected by the atomic bomb dropped in August 1945. This building was located about 4,050 feet away from the explosion center. The blast was so powerful that it pushed the steel shutters of the building into the interior, bending their frames and causing serious damage. Surprisingly, the inside of the building wasn't completely destroyed by fire, which was rare for buildings so close to the explosion. The steel shutters absorbed most of the impact, and while the windows cracked, they didn't shatter. The heat from the blast was so intense that it created blisters on the metal shutters. This damage shows just how powerful and destructive the atomic blast was. Buildings like this, even though they were made of modern materials, couldn't stand up to the sheer force and heat generated by the bomb. One of the most unusual effects of the atomic bomb's blast was seen about 1,375 feet from ground zero. The tree had been completely uprooted by the explosion and suspended in the branches of another tree, showing the sheer force of the blast. This wasn't an isolated occurrence. All around the city, tombstones were moved, heavy concrete slabs cracked, and the natural landscape was altered beyond recognition. Even objects as large and solid as trees were thrown around like toys by the incredible power of the bomb. Located just 1,325 feet from the bomb's hypercenter, a cemetery in Hiroshima bore witness to the power of the explosion. Tombstones, which are usually thought of as permanent heavy structures, were moved and displaced by the force of the blast. One tombstone was found with its capstone shifted and cracked, while others were toppled or moved out of their original positions. The atomic bomb's shockwave didn't just damage living structures, but reached these places of rest, showing the physical force of the explosion. The eerie image of damaged and displaced tombstones reflected how nothing, not even the dead, was left undisturbed by the bomb. In many cases, tombstones were cracked or shattered, and memorial markers were dislodged from their bases. In the aftermath of the atomic blast in Hiroshima, even the most solid structures weren't spared from the devastation. A concrete well cover, located about 3,375 feet from the bomb's hypercenter, tells a powerful story of the bomb's absolute force. The well cover, made from thick slabs of concrete suspended on a beam, was designed to be sturdy. Each slab was around 3 inches thick, but even this robust structure couldn't withstand the pressure of the blast. The force was so strong that the concrete was displaced by nearly 6.5 inches, visibly compressing the material and showing just how far the blast traveled. This kind of destruction wasn't limited to buildings or fragile objects. The bomb impacted even the most resilient man-made structures. The well cover's displacement reveals the immense pressure exerted by the bomb's shockwave, demonstrating that the energy of the blast rippled far from the epicenter. While the well itself may have remained intact, the visible damage to its cover highlights the widespread physical destruction that touched every part of Hiroshima. Building 289, located approximately 8,425 feet from the epicenter of the Hiroshima blast, stood as a 2-story wooden structure with a stucco-like interior. Even at this distance from ground zero, the building wasn't spared from the bomb's destructive force. The north end of the building was hit directly by the blast wave, severely damaging the structure. The The wooden frame and stucco walls were no match for the intense pressure generated by the explosion. The building's north end bore the brunt of the impact, showcasing the far-reaching effects of the atomic bomb. While the building was not completely leveled, the structural damage it sustained was a stark reminder that even miles away from the center of the explosion, the destruction continued. Building 289, like many others, became a silent testament to the power unleashed on that day. It serves as a representation of how Hiroshima's landscape was dramatically altered, with structures being shattered or severely damaged across the city, regardless of their size or materials. Buildings near the zero point of the Hiroshima atomic blast faced the most devastating destruction. These structures, located just a few hundred feet from the epicenter, were almost completely obliterated. The intense heat, shockwave, and radiation from the explosion reduced many of these buildings to rubble, leaving only remnants of foundations or skeletal remains of steel and concrete. One such building was only 700 feet from zero point. Its reinforced concrete structure crumbled under the force of the blast. Even though it had been designed to withstand certain impacts, nothing could prepare it for the overwhelming pressure and heat that followed the detonation. Entire walls were blown out, roofs collapsed, and brick panels were shattered. Nearby, other buildings that stood just slightly farther away showed similar signs of devastation. Structural beams twisted, concrete cracked, and entire floors collapsed. The closer the buildings were to the epicenter, the less recognizable they became. Some were completely vaporized, while others stood as burned, hollowed-out shells. These near-zero buildings serve as a powerful reminder of the unimaginable force that the atomic bomb unleashed. Buildings located 500 to 600 feet from the atomic bomb's zero point in Hiroshima suffered severe damage, though some parts of their structure remained standing. These buildings, made from reinforced concrete and brick, experienced the full force of the blast wave and the intense heat that followed. At this distance, the walls of many buildings were either blown out or severely cracked, while their roofs collapsed under the pressure. Reinforced concrete structures were buckled and twisted, with entire sections of buildings caving in. The tremendous heat from the explosion caused windows to shatter instantly, and the intense blast pressure forced window frames, doors, and shutters deep into the interiors. Some walls showed signs of bowing inward due to the powerful pressure, with steel beams and supports warped and deformed. Despite their reinforced construction, the immense blast and subsequent fires gutted the interiors of these buildings. Many were left as empty, hollow shells, with only parts of their exterior walls standing. The fires that followed the explosion consumed everything flammable within these structures, turning them into lifeless, charred ruins. The public library and agriculture building, located between 2,200 and 3,150 feet from the atomic bomb's zero point in Hiroshima, was subjected to extensive damage from both the blast and the resulting fires. Although they were farther from the center of the explosion than many other buildings, their proximity still placed them well within the destructive range of the bomb. The public library, while structurally intact in parts, sustained heavy damage. The force of the blast shattered windows, displaced walls, and left large portions of the building's exterior badly cracked. Although the outer walls stood, the intense heat and fires that followed the explosion consumed the library's interior. Books, furniture, and everything flammable within were reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a scorched hollow shell. What remained of the building was a grim symbol of the cultural and intellectual loss that Hiroshima experienced that day. The agriculture building, located nearby, experienced similar devastation. The blast force was powerful enough to collapse portions of the building and severely weaken its structure. As with the public library, the firestorm that swept through the city after the blast gutted the building entirely. While parts of the outer walls remained standing, the interior was obliterated, and the once functional building was reduced to a skeletal ruin. Among the remnants of Hiroshima's devastation were the air raid siren and the fire truck, located around 3,675 to 3,900 feet from the atomic bomb's 0 point. The air raid siren, which once served as an early warning system for the people of Hiroshima, was still visible on the roof of the city hall. While the structure of the building had endured some damage, the air raid siren itself was replaced with a newer frame in the aftermath of the explosion. Its original steel casings had been damaged, but remarkably, this replacement continued to stand, marking the passage of time in a city that had forever been altered. The siren now served a different purpose. Instead of warning about incoming danger, it signaled the hour of the day, a haunting reminder of what had occurred. Nearby, the fire truck lay immobilized by the blast and subsequent fires. It was found among the ruins of the fire station, its charred remains showing the intensity of the destruction. The German-made Majorus ladder truck, along with the pump truck, was destroyed, unable to respond to the widespread fires that consumed the city. Firefighters were left searching through the wreckage for any salvageable equipment, but the overwhelming force of the atomic bomb had left little behind. Located approximately 3,900 feet from the bomb's 0 point, the local fire station and its vital equipment were utterly destroyed in the blast. The fire station itself, along with all the tools and vehicles inside, had been damaged by the intense heat and pressure of the atomic blast. Firefighters were left sifting through the debris, hoping to salvage anything useful, but much of their equipment had been obliterated or too damaged to function. With the city engulfed in flames and no way to effectively fight the fires, Hiroshima's emergency response capabilities were completely destroyed. The Sumitomo Bank, located approximately 1,925 feet from the 0 point of the Hiroshima blast, stands as a symbol of the immense power released by the atomic bomb. Externally, the building's structure seemed only superficially affected by the blast, with minimal damage visible on the outside. However, the reality inside was much different. The powerful shockwave caused widespread structural damage, leading to the collapse of the bank's iconic dome. The interior of the building was completely destroyed by the intense fires that followed the explosion. The Sumitomo Bank story is one of many buildings in Hiroshima that appear to have survived at first glance, but were, in fact, fatally damaged from within. The destruction of such an important financial institution underscores the vast impact of the bomb, not only on human lives, but also on the very infrastructure that held the city together. The Gibi Bank, located about 975 feet from the blast's 0 point, tells a story similar to many buildings in Hiroshima. From the outside, the bank sustained only superficial damage. Its reinforced structure withstood the immediate shockwave, with cracks and minor deformations visible on the exterior. However, the real destruction lay within. The intense fires ignited by the atomic blast completely gutted the interior of the Gibi Bank. The flames, fed by the devastation, quickly consumed everything inside, reducing the building's core to ash and rubble. Buildings that seemed to withstand the initial explosion were ultimately destroyed from within by the fires, rendering them unusable and further deepening the tragedy of the city's destruction. In the immediate area of the blast, roughly 500 to 2,175 feet from ground zero, many buildings faced total structural collapse. The powerful force of the explosion caused roofs to cave in and walls to bow and buckle under the immense pressure. Concrete and steel structures designed to withstand normal conditions could not resist the devastating blast. Roofs were displaced, walls were pushed inward, and entire buildings were reduced to rubble. The intense shockwave, combined with the subsequent fires, left these structures in ruins, making it clear that nothing close to the explosion could survive intact. The bowing and displacement seen in these buildings illustrate the sheer magnitude of the force that radiated out from the explosion, turning once solid structures into ruins. Another example was the Hiroshima First Boys High School became a tragic casualty of the atomic bombing, with its buildings collapsing from the immense blast and subsequently consumed by fire. All that remained of the once bustling school were charred ruins, marking the devastating loss of life and educational space. In the aftermath of the bombing, a monument was erected on the site to honor and remember the students and staff who perished in the atomic blast. The monument stands as a solemn reminder of the lives cut short on that fateful day and the deep impact of the bomb on Hiroshima's youth and future. At approximately 3,700 feet from the epicenter of the atomic explosion, the swimming pool in Hiroshima displayed a dramatic sign of the blast's power. Massive granite blocks, which were used in the construction of the pool's structure, were displaced by the sheer force of the explosion. These granite blocks, each weighing several tons, were moved out of place as if they were much lighter, showcasing the intensity of the blast that radiated from ground zero. The swimming pool, once a place of leisure, became a stark example of the physical devastation wrought by the atomic bomb, with its once solid and immovable elements shifted and scattered. The technical college compound, located between 6,425 and 6,725 feet from the 0 point, experienced severe structural damage. Many of the wooden buildings within the compound partially collapsed due to the blast's force. These buildings, though further away from the epicenter, could not withstand the shockwave that passed through, causing the vertical columns to buckle and the roofs to fall. The partial collapse of these wooden structures highlights the extensive reach of the atomic blast, demonstrating that even buildings far from ground zero were not spared from significant damage. The compound, once a place of learning, was left in ruins as a result of the explosion. Located approximately 4,150 feet from the explosion's epicenter, the military barracks were completely devastated by the atomic blast. The concrete firewalls, designed to provide protection, were utterly destroyed. These firewalls, once thought to be robust, crumbled under the immense pressure and shockwave that radiated from the 0 point. The level of destruction in this area highlights the bomb's capability to obliterate even structures that were built with reinforced materials, leaving little to no trace of the once standing military barracks. At 5,900 feet from the center of the explosion, the fireproof warehouse, which was constructed to withstand flames, fell victim to the overwhelming force of the blast. The concrete panels of the building were bowed inward, unable to hold up against the pressure. The structural integrity of the warehouse was compromised, leading to its collapse. The damage to this building demonstrates how even structures built with fireproofing and reinforced materials were not spared, as the atomic blast had the power to deform and destroy anything in its path. Located 5,875 feet from the blast's epicenter, the Shell Oil substation suffered significant damage. Reinforced concrete structures, designed for durability, were no match for the powerful force of the atomic bomb. The impact caused extensive damage to these buildings, compromising their integrity. Additionally, corrugated metal fences surrounding the facility were twisted and deformed by the blast wave, showcasing the sheer force of the explosion. Even sturdy materials like reinforced concrete and steel were bent and damaged, underlining the intensity of the destruction. Within the oil substations, the remains of machinery were left in ruins by the atomic blast. Once critical to the operation of the facility, the machinery was either completely destroyed or left mangled beyond use. The blast not only caused structural damage, but also decimated the equipment necessary for industrial functions. The sight of destroyed machinery in these substations reflects the widespread and indiscriminate destruction caused by the atomic explosion. At distances between 6,425 and 6,950 feet from the epicenter of the atomic blast, several wooden frame buildings were either completely collapsed or partially displaced. These structures, unable to withstand the immense pressure from the blast, crumbled under the force. The wooden frames were torn apart, and many of the roofs and walls were displaced, illustrating the devastating impact even at this distance. The collapse of these buildings highlights the vulnerability of wooden structures in the face of such catastrophic explosions. Reinforced concrete buildings located between 3,650 and 4,900 feet from the blast were severely impacted. The powerful force of the atomic explosion caused these concrete structures to bow inward, with walls pushed out of alignment by the intense pressure. Many of these buildings were not only structurally compromised by the blast, but were also gutted by fires that erupted in the aftermath. The combination of bowing concrete and internal destruction underscores the overwhelming nature of the blast's power, affecting even the strongest materials. The blast from the atomic explosion had a significant impact on the vault doors in certain structures. The intense pressure caused the vault doors to bow inward, bending under the force of the blast. Despite being designed to withstand severe conditions, the vault doors were no match for the sheer power of the explosion. The bowing effect illustrates how even the most secure parts of buildings were deformed by the immense force, showing the widespread structural impact of the blast. Located 4,900 feet from the epicenter, the communications building, a reinforced concrete structure, experienced superficial damage from the atomic blast. Though the external structure remained mostly intact, the interior of the building was gutted by the fires that followed. The combination of blast pressure and subsequent fires left the building in a devastated state, highlighting the destructive reach of the explosion even at this distance. The force of the atomic blast caused severe damage to two-story wooden frame structures located near the impact zone. Many of these buildings were either heavily damaged or completely collapsed. The wooden frames were no match for the overwhelming pressure of the blast, leaving behind piles of rubble and debris where homes and businesses once stood. This destruction showcases the fragile nature of these wooden structures against the sheer force of the explosion. The German-made Majorus ladder truck, along with other fire equipment, was destroyed in the aftermath of the atomic bombing. Positioned to help in firefighting efforts, this equipment was rendered useless by the intense fires and blast. The destruction of such crucial fire equipment severely hampered any immediate firefighting responses, leaving much of the city vulnerable to uncontrollable fires sparked by the explosion. The agricultural building and a section of the geisha house, both located within the blast radius, suffered catastrophic damage. The agricultural building collapsed entirely, while a section of the nearby geisha house was destroyed. These structures, integral to the local community, were reduced to ruins, symbolizing the widespread devastation that reached across both rural and urban areas. Why did the Americans enter the war? Was it Pearl Harbor that pushed into action? Or was it because of the threat to other nations, including Britain, France, China, Czechoslovakia, Norway, Poland, Greece, Belgium, Albania, Yugoslavia, or Russia? What was it that made the USA shift so quickly, turning all resources and industries into one giant war machine? Let's start with the free world. It wasn't by chance, but through a long and constant struggle. Inspired by great leaders like Moses, Muhammad, Confucius, and Christ, these figures believed that in the eyes of God, all men are created equal. This belief laid the foundation for the spirit of freedom that spread among men and nations, a spirit best captured in our Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. This idea is what built the USA and inspired countless leaders like Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and others who fought for the freedom of people. They believed in a government by the people, for the people, and that it should never disappear from the earth. Throughout history, people have fought, lived, and died for one thing, which is freedom. As we stand at this moment in time, we are reminded that freedom is priceless. It is not something that can be purchased at the cost of chains and slavery. But what about the other world? This was a place where people believed that killing freedom was the way forward. The lighthouses of hope were being put out one by one. History was moving backward. In Italy, it all started when an ambitious man began leading his followers to march on Rome. Like many countries after World War I, Italy was struggling with political chaos, economic hardships, and unemployment. The people had two choices: to solve these problems democratically or let someone else take charge. They made the tragic mistake of choosing the second option. They placed their trust in this man, thinking he represented them. But in reality, he planned to betray them for his own selfish gain and the benefit of the group behind him, just like he had betrayed those who supported him earlier. Whereas, in Germany, another, even more powerful leader emerged, starting his movement from a Munich beer hall. He too took advantage of the chaos after the war, but he had another element working in his favor: the Germans' natural love for order and strict discipline. He knew how to use that to his advantage. Meanwhile, Italy won the First World War and was proud of that. And on the other side, the German army and the people never fully accepted their defeat in the last war and wanted revenge. This man promised them exactly that. Powerful industrialists, worried about losing their wealth and influence, supported him because he promised to protect their interests too. He cleverly used all this to gain more power and began to destroy the new German Republic. In Japan, the emperor was considered a god. It was easy to take away the little freedom the Japanese people had by using their devotion to the emperor. In these countries, people gave up their freedoms and human dignity. They stopped being individuals and became part of a larger group. Despite their differences in language and culture, the same poison made them similar. Each nation had a new uniform. Italy's leaders wore black shirts, Germany's wore brown, and in Japan, the real leaders hid behind military uniforms but were part of a secret society with the symbol of a black dragon. Germany had the swastika, and Italy used the fasces, an old Roman symbol. In Germany, they called their new system National Socialism or Nazism. In Italy, they had a simpler word: Fascism. In Japan, it went by many names, like the New Era of Enlightenment, the New Order in Asia, and the Co-Prosperity Sphere. But in the end, it was all the same militaristic imperialism. Japan would get the benefits, and the others would get the co-prosperity. The powerful speeches of these nations' leaders filled soldiers' and common people's minds to take revenge and conquer the world. In each of these countries, the elected lawmaking bodies handed over their power. In Germany, Reichstag; in Italy, the House of Deputies; and in Japan, the Diet. These became nothing more than rubber-stamp groups, agreeing to everything their leaders said. Freedom of speech, free assembly, and a free press all disappeared. The press, movies, radio, and every bit of information was controlled by the party's propaganda ministries. They replaced free courts with party-run courts and did away with labor unions. Instead of fair wages, they established forced labor under the guise of patriotism. Secret police enforced these systems with power over life and death. For anyone who still believed in freedom and spoke up, the regime had a brutal response. The greatest minds could be silenced with just this violence. In Italy, the answer was different, but in Japan, and all across the world, anyone who stood in the way of the new order was crushed. There was only one last obstacle, which was religion. For the fascist leaders, God and their own power couldn't exist together. Dr. Alfred Rosenberg openly declared that both Catholic and Protestant churches must disappear from the lives of the people. Thousands of religious figures, including Protestants, Catholics, and Jews, were arrested and sent to concentration camps. Nazi leaders taught that a tyrannical leader was the true voice between the people and God. In German classrooms, children were taught that the state was their only church and the leader, Hitler, was their voice of God. Hitler was even said to be far greater than Christ himself. To show they were serious, the USA organized the Washington Disarmament Conference in 1921. This led to two important treaties. One reduced the size of fleets belonging to Britain, Japan, France, Italy, and the US. The other, the Nine-Power Treaty, guaranteed the protection of China, with Japan signing it as well. Later, in 1929, the USA signed the Kellogg-Briand Pact to stop war as a way to solve disputes. 47 nations, including Germany and Japan, signed this pact. The USA also signed the London Naval Treaty and followed through by scrapping over 60% of our naval ships. The US Army was reduced to just 136,000 men, smaller than Romania's force. This mindset influenced how many people thought about security. Some believed isolation was the way to stay safe. Many Americans thought, another war, not for us. They believed they should follow the president's advice and avoid getting involved in foreign issues. People didn't feel connected to what was happening in Europe. Let Europe fight its own battles, they said. But they didn't realize that our own problems were tied to the problems of the whole world. In democratic worlds, people could still vote for whoever they wanted, unlike in Germany, where there was only one choice, Hitler. In America, people could read whatever they liked and go to any church they wanted on Sundays. Most Americans enjoyed watching their kids grow up, unaware of the danger others had planned for them. While American kids were donating their pennies to help save lives, kids in Germany, Italy, and Japan were being trained to kill. It was even more serious because 70 million Japanese, 45 million Italians, and 80 million Germans were all being told the same thing. Their leaders taught them that they were special, the so-called master race, destined to rule the world. Look closely at these serious men. They believed they would rule everyone else. Their message was clear: obey us without question, and you will get your place in the world. Everyone else will be your slaves. They promised their people that Americans, Chinese, Russians, and other free people would work for them and make them rich. And their people believed it. They said things like, "We will bring back the glory of Rome. Today we control Germany, but tomorrow we will rule the world." It was only a matter of time before these countries teamed up against the USA. Behind the scenes, the Axis powers were already planning how they would divide the world. Let's take a look at their plans. First, there was Mussolini, who took control of Italy in 1922. Right away, he told Italians they deserved to own places like Corsica, Nice, Albania, Tunisia, Ethiopia, and a land connection to Libya. But Mussolini didn't stop there. His real dream was to bring back the old Roman Empire, which ruled the lands around the Mediterranean almost 2,000 years ago. He called it Owl Sea, just like the ancient Romans. The Japanese also had big ambitions. By 1920, they had already taken control of Formosa, Korea, and part of the island of Sakhalin. In 1927, Japan's Prime Minister, Baron Jichi Tanaka, laid out their goals in a document called the Tanaka Memorial. They wanted Manchuria for resources, China for labor, and then planned to march through Indochina, Burma, India, and beyond, reaching Australia and New Zealand. In the north, they aimed to take part of Russia. This was their new order for Asia. After that, They wanted to move east and crush the United States, completing their vision for a co-prosperity sphere. On the other hand, Nazis had also planned for themselves. When Hitler took over Germany, he wasn't satisfied with just ruling his country. He wanted control over all of Europe, either politically or economically. He would share some of the spoils with Mussolini, but only if Italy stayed in line. Hitler's ambitions didn't stop there. He aimed to move east through the oil-rich lands of Iran and Iraq, then on to India. He also wanted to push south through Africa. From there, he planned to jump from Dakar to meet Japan, who would be coming through the Pacific to take over South America. At the same time, Hitler wanted to move from Scandinavia and link up with Japan through Siberia to conquer the United States. Japan's military leaders had similar dreams. In January 1941, Admiral Yamamoto wrote, "When war comes with the United States, I won't stop at taking Guam, the Philippines, Hawaii, or San Francisco. I plan to dictate peace to the US in the White House." Before launching their attacks, the Axis powers, including Germany, Italy, and Japan, started a massive propaganda campaign. From Berlin, Rome, and Tokyo, their goal was to confuse and divide their targets, making them defensive. They shouted that they were oppressed and the world was against them. By repeating these lies loud enough and often enough, they knew people would start to believe them. They even used the free press and free speech of other nations to turn people against themselves. The Axis claimed their lands were overcrowded, demanding more living space. Yet, at the same time, they rewarded families with many children. They even promoted breeding programs, gathering young men and women to produce children for the state, training them for future conquest. They also argued they lacked raw materials and resources. Despite this, they built the most powerful war machines the world had ever seen. Germany alone spent over $80 billion on rearmament between 1933 and 1939, creating 30 panzer divisions, 70 motorized divisions, 140 infantry divisions, and the world's largest air force, the Luftwaffe. The world was spending billions to build up military forces to match those of Germany, Italy, and Japan. But their excuses were all just a cover-up. When war came, it was clear. The democracies had the resources, and the Axis powers did not. The war didn't start on December 7, 1941. It began much earlier, on September 18, 1931, in Manchuria, China, 6,000 miles from San Francisco. This was the first step in Japan's plan for conquest, called the Tanaka Plan. On that date in 1931, the Japanese army, stationed near the southern Manchurian Railway, used a staged event as an excuse to invade. They claimed their honor was violated when a section of railway was damaged by an explosion. By 10:30 p.m., they attacked Chinese soldiers sleeping in the barracks of Mukden, leading to a brutal massacre. Within hours, Japan's army crossed the border and invaded Manchuria. In just 4 days, they took control of southern Manchuria, and soon after, they occupied the entire region. Manchuria was renamed Manchukuo, with Henry, a weak leader groomed by Japan, placed on the throne. The world reacted with outrage. In Washington, U.S. Secretary of State Henry Stimson strongly condemned the attack. The League of Nations sent a committee to investigate, and by October 1932, they reported that Japan's actions were unjustified. The League condemned Japan as an aggressor. While Japan was making moves in Manchuria, what were their partners up to? Mussolini's Italy was looking for a target to attack. Fascism hadn't given his people the prosperity he promised, so Mussolini needed a distraction. He chose Ethiopia, a country with no modern military equipment. Ethiopia's army had no machine guns, no tanks, and only one old airplane, while Italy had developed modern air warfare capable of destroying entire cities. In October 1935, using a staged incident as an excuse. Mussolini claimed Italy's honor had been insulted. Without seeking any negotiation, he sent his army through the Suez Canal to invade Ethiopia. Ethiopia's emperor, Haile Selassie, made a desperate plea to the League of Nations: "I must fight on, even if my allies don't come." But the League only half-heartedly imposed sanctions on Italy, stopping trade but refusing to use force. Ethiopia was left alone. Its people, armed with spears and bare hands, bravely faced Italy's guns and tanks, fighting to protect their homeland. Despite their courage, the result was inevitable. Italy's modern military overwhelmed Ethiopia, and Mussolini's forces conquered the country. Other nations didn't realize that technology had shrunk the world. Steamships had already cut travel time across the oceans from months to days, and now airplanes could span the entire globe in hours. Germany's relentless drive to dominate others has persisted for generations. Before World War II, this obsession has claimed over 20 million lives, left more than 60 million wounded, and made over 200 million people homeless. This doesn't even account for those who died from disease caused by war or the billions in property destroyed. This desire for conquest reached its peak with Adolf Hitler, who declared himself the supreme leader of Germany. As he stood before his devoted followers at Nuremberg, what grand, destructive plans was he envisioning? Centuries ago, Genghis Khan led a vast army out of Mongolia, sweeping across Asia and Eastern Europe, leaving destruction in its wake. Hitler, in his quest for power, was determined to surpass even that, with the goal of conquering the entire world of the 20th century. On the other hand, in Munich, a special institute was created, focusing on a science called geopolitics, which revolves around the idea of controlling land for military power. This institute collected detailed information about countries and regions, more than even the people living there might know. To the German geopolitician, the world wasn't about people living their lives or dreaming of a better future. It was seen in terms of labor and raw materials, and their goal was to turn Hitler's dreams of domination into reality. Their map of the world was simple. 3/4 of the Earth's surface was water, and only 1/4 was land. That land held all the resources and manpower. Hitler's belief was clear: control the land and you control everything. The geopoliticians divided the land into two main areas. One was the Western Hemisphere, which, along with Australia and all the islands, including Japan, made up about 1/3 of the land. The other area, which included Europe, Asia, and Africa, was much larger and called the World Island, covering 2/3 of the land and holding most of the world's population. The heart of this world island was Eastern Europe and much of Asia, which they call the Heartland, an area that closely resembled the old empire of Genghis Khan. Hitler's plan for global domination was clear. First, conquer Eastern Europe, then control the Heartland. From there, he could dominate the entire world island. Once he had the world island, he could rule the entire world. That was Hitler's grand vision as he stood at Nuremberg, surrounded by leaders swearing loyalty to him, convinced they were part of a superior race. Inspired by Hirohito's conquest of Manchuria and Mussolini's invasion of Ethiopia, Hitler knew the world was turning a blind eye to these aggressions. Confident that the only real threat to collective action for peace was failing, Hitler decided it was time to put his plan in motion and start crossing borders. What was Hitler waiting for? He needed to weaken his future victims and keep them from joining forces. To do this, he sent agents all around the world, pretending to be tourists, students, or businessmen. Key figures like Ribbentrop were dispatched to bribe and threaten, helping to set up local fascist parties. In Belgium, there was de Grelle and his Rexist party. In France, La Roque with his Cross of Fire party, and in Czechoslovakia, Henlein. In Austria, Seyss-Inquart led the National Socialists, while in Britain, Sir Oswald Mosley tried to bring fascism with an Oxford accent. These fascist organizations caused unrest, riots, and rebellions, making Hitler's invasion easier when the time came. This happened across Europe, but even in the US, fascist rallies were being held. At Madison Square Garden in New York, Fritz Kuhn, leader of the German-American Bund, gave speeches under the American flag, but he was following orders from Berlin and mimicking Nazi tactics. Outside Germany, Hitler's strategy was to weaken and disrupt, but inside Germany, it was all about strengthening. In complete secrecy, Hitler's army and industry were being built up. "Tell the world we don't have resources" was their message, but behind closed doors, they were working non-stop. There was no talk of freedom, labor unions, or fair working hours, just the relentless creation of the world's most powerful war machine. The goal was clear: rule Germany today and tomorrow the world. And for those who resisted, the punishment was severe. You wouldn't eat, you'd disappear into a concentration camp, or you'd face execution. The man in charge of this ruthless system made sure there was no escape. Before Hitler came to power, the German army was limited to 100,000 men by treaty. However, these were no ordinary soldiers. They were highly trained officers who would lead the Nazi forces. Hitler didn't just ignore the treaty, he tore it apart. In 1935, he introduced national conscription, expanding the army beyond its limits. He also made sure that German youth became fascinated with flying. What started with toy gliders soon turned into real planes. As these boys grew up, they were trained as pilots, ready to fly for the new German Air Force, for the Luftwaffe. While the old traditions, like the Goose-Step March, remained, Hitler modernized everything else, including tanks, motorized units, and even the infamous dive bombers. All of this was illegal under the Versailles Treaty, but Hitler didn't stop there. His next step was to send troops into the Rhineland, a demilitarized zone between Germany and France, meant to act as a safeguard after World War I. But Hitler's ambition required securing the West to focus on his eastern conquests. He remilitarized the Rhineland and began constructing the massive Siegfried Line, a chain of forts and defenses stretching 450 miles. Over 500,000 men worked tirelessly to build 22,000 fortified positions, violating the treaty once again. Hitler had his Siegfried Line, his army, and all the military equipment ready. Now it was time to show off Germany's strength and scare the world into submission. Military leaders from other nations were keeping a close eye, knowing that a powerful force had suddenly emerged, all controlled by one man who disregarded treaties like they were scraps of paper. Once Hitler felt the world was sufficiently intimidated, he was ready to strike and begin his plan of conquering Eastern Europe. The first step in his grand plan was Austria, the easiest target. On March 12, 1938, without warning, German troops crossed into Austria, signaling the start of the Nazi takeover. This was more than just an invasion, it was a test of Hitler's war machine. He entered Vienna triumphantly, and Austria, as a country, ceased to exist on the map. Despite his earlier promises to the world that Germany had no intention of coercing Austria, the reality was quite the opposite. Austria's takeover was key for Hitler because it positioned him on the southern border of Czechoslovakia, which was crucial for controlling Eastern Europe. As Bismarck, the former German Chancellor, had said years ago, he who would conquer Europe must first hold the bastions of Bohemia, and Bohemia was now part of Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia was no easy target for Hitler. It had a strong army, advanced equipment, and one of the best munitions factories in the world, known as the Skoda Works, which Hitler was eager to get his hands on. The country also had a solid, unshakable leader, President Beans, and an alliance with France, which in turn was allied with Britain. So Hitler had to tread carefully and chip away at Czechoslovakia, bit by bit. His plan: start with the Sudetenland, a region of Czechoslovakia near the German border, where people of German descent lived. Even though the Sudetenland had never been a part of Germany, Hitler used this as his excuse to get involved. Hitler's twisted theory was that anyone of German blood, no matter where they lived, belonged to the Nazi Germany. He conveniently ignored the fact that many had left Germany to escape the very ideas he stood for. Under his belief, anyone with a drop of German ancestry suddenly owed their loyalty to the Reich. It didn't matter if they lived in Czechoslovakia, the United States, or anywhere else. The Nazis saw these individuals as part of their grand plan, and they expected them to follow orders from Berlin. While many people of German descent, including some we know personally, saw this as nonsense, in the Sudetenland, Hitler found people who bought into this idea. Konrad Henlein, a local leader, became their figurehead and a willing pawn for Hitler's schemes. The people of the Sudetenland were fed a narrative that they were oppressed and needed liberation, with Hitler cast as their savior. The Nazis quickly smuggled in their usual tools of disruption, including blackjacks and thugs. When the Czechs tried to defend themselves against these Nazi infiltrators, Hitler cried foul, claiming Germans in the Sudetenland were being persecuted. He used this as a reason to threaten war unless the Sudetenland was handed over to him. "It is the last territorial claim I have to make in Europe," Hitler assured British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, and again he repeated, "We want no Czechs." Meanwhile, Russia, through its foreign minister Maxim Litvinov, declared its readiness to support unified action against Germany, but no such unified action came. The Czechs mobilized their forces and closed their borders, preparing for the worst. However, in a desperate attempt to avoid war, the leaders of Britain and France, Chamberlain and Daladier, flew to Munich on September 29, 1938, to negotiate with the Nazis. At Munich, they pressured Czechoslovakia to give up the Sudetenland in exchange for Hitler's promise of peace. Though the decision sparked protests in Czechoslovakia, in France and Britain, Chamberlain and Daladier returned as heroes. Chamberlain, in one of the most tragic moments in history, famously declared he had secured peace in our time, unaware of the storm that was still to come. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, after returning from Munich, held up a paper signed by both himself and Adolf Hitler, saying, "We regard the agreements signed last night and the Anglo-German naval agreement as symbolic of the desire of our two peoples never to go to war with one another again." But this was far from peace. The Nazis didn't just gain 3 million people by annexing the Sudetenland, they rendered Czechoslovakia defenseless. The region contained key natural defenses, mountain ranges, and a fortified line even stronger than the French Maginot Line. Without these, Czechoslovakia was left vulnerable, and within 6 months of assuring the world he had no more territorial ambitions, Hitler broke the Munich Agreement and took over the entire Czech state. Despite his specific promise, "We want no Czechs," Hitler's forces marched in and seized control. With Austria and Czechoslovakia under Nazi rule without a fight, Hitler's focus shifted to Poland. The old man of Munich, Chamberlain, now realized the truth that there would be no peace in their time. He warned that any threat to Poland's independence would lead to a broader conflict involving Britain. However, after his easy victories in Austria and Czechoslovakia, Hitler believed that France and Britain wouldn't dare fight. A spokesperson once claimed that democracy offers nothing people would die for. But then, what about the Russians? Moscow started burning lights all night. British and French military officials arrived to discuss matters with the Soviet government, and even German representatives showed up. On August 21, 1939, the world was shocked when the Soviets and Germans announced a treaty stating they wouldn't fight each other. These two supposed enemies suddenly being on friendly terms seemed unbelievable. The Germans aimed to trick Russia into a false sense of security, while the Russians, aware of Hitler's ambitions, needed time to prepare for the battle they knew was coming. They had read Hitler's Mein Kampf and knew he had his sights on their land. With Russia seemingly neutralized and assuming the democracies wouldn't intervene, the Nazis turned to Poland. They used Danzig as an excuse, a city that was self-governed under the League of Nations, serving as Poland's vital seaport at the Polish corridor. Germany's tactics hadn't changed. Local Nazi-backed groups began terrorizing Danzig, and Hitler demanded Danzig and the Polish corridor or else. Poland braced itself for war, knowing Britain and France had promised to defend their borders, but also realizing that help was far away. Germany's takeover of Czechoslovakia had made Poland's already vulnerable position even worse. Poland is largely flat, with the Vistula River acting as a major natural feature, much like the Mississippi in the United States. While the Vistula could have served as a strong defensive line, defending it would have meant giving up Warsaw and the most valuable parts of the country. Instead, Poland chose to confront the Nazis at the border. The Nazi strategy was to use a massive pincer movement to encircle the Polish army. If any Polish forces escaped, smaller pincer movements were designed to trap them. In the weeks leading up to September, the Germans prepared for this invasion, gathering 70 divisions, many of them armoured. Poland, by comparison, had only 30 divisions, made up mostly of infantry and horse cavalry. The technological difference between the two armies was stark. Germany had 5,000 modern tanks, while Poland had just 600 outdated ones. The Luftwaffe boasted 6,000 planes, while the Polish Air Force had less than 1,000, and many were inferior in design. From a military perspective, Poland was hopelessly outmatched by its aggressive neighbour. The 1939, the decision was made, and war began. At dawn, without warning, the German army invaded Poland. Within minutes, the Luftwaffe took to the skies, went deep into Poland, striking key infrastructure, including radio stations, power plants, highways, and railroad, leaving the Polish army in chaos. With their communications in disarray and air cover lost, the Polish forces were left vulnerable. Meanwhile, the German ground forces continued their relentless push. New technologies and tactics, such as storm boats used by the German Fourth Army to cross the Vistula River, gave them an edge. By September 5th, the Polish retreat began to show signs of collapse. The German 10th Army, forming the southern pincer, advanced with its armoured divisions flanking the Polish forces, surrounding Radom and cutting off the Polish troops, who eventually surrendered. Meanwhile, the main Polish forces began carried away toward Lviv, opening a path for German units to race toward Warsaw, surrounding the city. West of Warsaw, the Polish armies found themselves trapped, facing relentless pressure from ground forces and constant bombardment from the air. Despite their bravery, they began to fall apart, fighting on without planes, communication or orders from their general staff. Cut off and isolated, the remaining Polish groups had no choice but to surrender one by one. Yet, Warsaw stood firm in defiance, with 40mm howitzers were transported from Germany's western front and set up around the city. These powerful guns unleash a relentless barrage, focusing their devastating fire on residential areas. For 20 long days, Warsaw's citizens, including men, women and children, fought desperately to defend their city. But with food and water running out, the strength of the people faded. On September 27th, the radio fell silent and Warsaw was forced to surrender. Although the main battle was gun silent, they refused to surrender. On October 1st, they finally capitulated. Their soldiers marched off to Nazi prison camps, where many would face execution under Hitler's twisted ideology of racial superiority. Village after village, local informants pointed out their Polish neighbors to the occupying forces. But the world quickly learned that any pact with Hitler was a death sentence. Poland was utterly devastated, but not entirely. Near the end of the campaign, the Soviet army moved into eastern Poland, positioning itself along the Bug River. Now, the two most powerful armies in Europe stood face to face. Hitler had to make a decision: keep pushing east or stop the advance. He chose to stop. Why? To avoid the one thing he had always feared: a two-front war. How he dealt with that threat would be seen in the days ahead. The day after Hitler crossed into Poland, France began mobilizing its reservists. Within 24 hours, British planes were bombing German warships in the Kiel Canal. The British people, not just their government, had declared war on Hitler and everything he represented. Unprepared though they were, they understood that what was at stake wasn't just Poland's future, but the freedom of people everywhere. The tragedies and horrors that Hitler unleashed upon Europe would not be forgotten. But one thing was certain: every trace of Hitler's destruction would be wiped away, if necessary, by force. Out of the depths of sorrow, a new hope for humanity would rise again. In September 1939, the world watched in horror as the German forces began their relentless march of conquest, signaling the start of World War II. Poland, with its 34 million people, was crushed under the weight of the German Blitzkrieg, a new kind of warfare defined by speed and overwhelming force. Lightning-fast armored divisions swept through Poland's tens of thousands of square miles, matching the Polish defenders. The word Blitzkrieg became a symbol of destruction, as Poland's cities and armies fell in a matter of days. What you're about to see are actual combat scenes filmed by German frontline cameramen, highlighting Nazi superiority at that time. These images captured Hitler's military forces at their peak, showcasing an invasion that would later be remembered as a historic turning point. The Polish defenders, brave but outnumbered, fought valiantly but could not stop the onslaught. Though later in the war, the Allies would debunk the myth of Nazi invincibility, these early battles showed a Europe unprepared for the scale of destruction the Nazis could unleash. The spark that set off this catastrophic war started in Danzig, a free city where Nazi secret agents had been plotting in the shadows, sowing the seeds of revolt and lawlessness. Germany called it liberation, but the world saw Danzig as the spark that ignited the European conflict. Danzig became the excuse for Hitler's forces to unleash their destructive campaign of conquest. One of the most iconic moments of this invasion was the last stand of Danzig's defenders at the city's post office. Brave men, entrenched and under relentless fire from Nazi-trained militia, fought back against overwhelming odds. The attackers, shielded by advancing tanks, moved in, spraying gasoline on the building to seal its fate. The defenders were doomed, and on September 1st, Danzig was officially incorporated into the Reich, marking the beginning of World War II. As Nazi forces moved up, they claimed it was a counterattack with pursuit, but the world knew the truth. It was the full force of Germany's military machine, unleashed without mercy. Tanks, planes, and artillery roared across the Polish countryside, revealing for the first time the scale of destruction the Nazis were capable of. For Poland and the world, the invasion marked the beginning of a war that would spread across Europe, engulfing nations and testing the resolve of freedom-loving people everywhere. The only real pause for the German forces came during the brief lulls between battles. Even then, they remained vigilant, keeping their weapons clean and ready for use at any moment. The German military had perfected the art of maintaining an efficient fighting force. demonstrating mastery in every aspect of warfare. Meanwhile, Polish forces at the vital seaport of Gdynia made preparations for defense, sinking ships to block the harbor and prevent German warships from entering. However, the relentless Nazis unleashed firepower across the harbor, with both military and naval forces working together to obliterate Polish defenses. Following heavy bombardment, the outnumbered Polish garrison at Gdynia had no choice but to surrender. The destruction didn't stop there. Nazi air power played a critical role in the devastating attacks on Poland. Their method was systematic. First, reconnaissance planes flew over, capturing valuable photographic data on troop movements and weaknesses. These aerial photos revealed key information, such as the movement of Polish troops and undefended areas, providing Nazi bombers with easy targets. As soon as the reconnaissance planes landed, the film was rushed to field developing units to be quickly processed. These photographs, such as those showing convoys bunched at crossroads, provided vital information that allowed German ground and air raids to be coordinated with deadly precision. Had the vehicles maintained proper distance and intervals, they might have avoided becoming such easy targets. The aerial photographs were instrumental in forming the strategy for much of the German military's operations in Poland. As German forces prepared for the attack, their fighter planes and bombers were constantly refueled and rearmed. Bombs were unpacked and lined up to resupply the aircraft as they landed, only to take off again for another round of destruction. Wave after wave of German bombers headed out to clear the way for their advancing land armies, targeting fortifications, artillery batteries, marching troops, railway junctions, and crucial highways. From above, the German Air Force cut off every escape route for the Polish forces, leaving them trapped in several pockets. Stuka dive bombers were deployed to attack key targets like railway junctions. These planes would dive thousands of feet before releasing their bombs, leveling out just 600 feet above their targets. Polish anti-aircraft defenses were no match for these devastating aerial assaults. The aftermath below was a scene of total destruction. Bridges, communication lines, and railway links lay in ruins, making the transportation of troops and resources impossible. German bombs also disabled the heavy armored cars that the Polish army had hoped would be effective in holding off the enemy. As the Germans closed in on Warsaw, the siege began. The attack started 31 miles outside the city, with continuous shelling raining down on Warsaw. Day after day, the Nazis tightened their grip around the city, with hundreds of fires turning the skyline into a massive cloud of smoke. The siege marked the beginning of Warsaw's fall. Warsaw has fallen. The brutal Nazi blitzkrieg has left the city in ruins, and in under 30 days, Poland has been overwhelmed. The final surrender of Warsaw came on September 27th, marking the end of Poland's resistance in this first devastating round of World War II. The wreckage scattered across the city bears witness to the intensity of the Nazi assault. With Warsaw occupied, the Polish forces, though brave, were no match for the Nazi war machine, which outnumbered and outgunned them at every turn. Polish soldiers, now prisoners, are seen surrendering their weapons, vast quantities of guns and ammunition that the Nazis quickly seized. The swift Nazi advance left little time for the Poles to destroy their armaments or regroup. In long, somber lines, Polish prisoners, estimated to be around 500,000, marched into captivity. Hitler's challenge to the world was now clear, and the German military paraded through the streets of Warsaw, showcasing their might and discipline. The world was meant to be intimidated by this display of power, but the years that followed would tell a different story. The Allies were determined to prove that these Nazi legions were not invincible, ensuring that the tragedy of September 1939 would never happen again. The German army, after 6 years of training and battle experience in Spain and Poland, seemed invincible. But what about Britain and France? The British started from scratch, building up an army both at home and across their empire. It wasn't just Britain in the fight. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the entire British Commonwealth were all committed to defeating Hitlerism and everything it stood for. While Britain's army was still growing, they already had a powerful tool, the Royal Navy. Once war was declared, the British Navy swept German shipping from the seas and positioned fleets strategically at Suez, Malta, Gibraltar, the Channel, and the North Sea, effectively blockading Germany. Conquering the world was impossible for Hitler without confronting Britain. But there was a challenge: how to strike at Britain. Between Germany and the island nation stood not just France, but also the neutral, peaceful countries of Luxembourg, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, each working hard to maintain their freedom. Hitler was well aware that the small neutral countries of Europe, likes of Denmark, Norway, Holland, and Belgium, feared being caught in the middle of a larger conflict. They were anxious about their neutrality being violated. If these nations joined forces with the Allies, they would form a strong democratic front, making Nazi conquest far more challenging. Hitler understood this, so before launching his military assaults, he relied on propaganda to weaken their unity and resolve. His aim was to confuse and divide them, using fear and manipulation to pave the way for his aggression. Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's propaganda minister, reassured these nations that Germany had no interest in war, claiming it was Britain and France that were stirring up trouble. Hitler himself took the stage on October 6, 1939, offering specific promises to each of the neutral countries. To Denmark, he guaranteed a non-aggression pact. He told Norway that Germany had no quarrel with the northern states. He reassured Holland that the Reich was committed to maintaining traditional friendship. And to Belgium, he insisted that Germany posed no threat, with no claims that could be seen as a danger to the country. These promises were part of a calculated plan to lull these nations into a false sense of security. While Hitler was making grand promises of peace, his generals were secretly preparing their first target, Norway. Why Norway? Its steep fjords were ideal for U-boat bases, allowing Nazi submarines to disrupt British supply lines. Additionally, Norway's western shore would offer strategic air bases, making British defences like Scapa Flow and its naval blockade fleet vulnerable to bomber attacks, an opportunity the German-based bombers couldn't pass up. However, to seize Norway, the Nazis needed a launch pad, and tiny Denmark was the perfect springboard. At dawn on April 9, 1940, the German army invaded Denmark, swiftly crossing its neutral borders. Within hours, Denmark fell, and by nightfall, it was fully occupied, its people forced into subjugation. This, despite Hitler's earlier claim of a non-aggression pact with Denmark, made only 6 months prior. In Norway, German merchant ships that appeared peaceful had quietly entered Norway's neutral waters, docking at major ports. While they seemed like ordinary vessels, they were actually covertly carrying troops and weapons, a modern-day Trojan horse. At the precise moment when the Nazis overran Denmark, these disguised ships activated their operations. Simultaneously, German warships along the entire coastline began moving up the Norwegian fjords. Ships, transports, tanks, soldiers and planes were all deployed simultaneously against the unsuspecting nation. Airborne infantry units seized every strategic Norwegian airport. The entire operation was made easier by internal collaborators led by Major Vidkun Quisling, who took control and issued orders to suppress any resistance. German warships sailed past coastal defenses that remained silent despite having the capability to repel them. By the afternoon of April 9, 1940, the Germans had taken full control of all 7 Norwegian ports they had targeted in the morning. For the first time in over 2 centuries, the people of Norway witnessed an invading army marching through their cities. Many of these Nazi soldiers, now strutting as conquerors, had been in Norway years earlier as refugee children during World War I, receiving care and compassion from kind Norwegians. Now they returned, repaying that kindness with terror and destruction. After seizing the capital, the Nazis spread out across the country. However, Norwegian troops successfully halted one German advance between Hamar and Elverum. In response, the Germans launched bombers, forcing the Norwegian forces to retreat northward under constant air attacks. During this assault, Captain Robert Luzy, an American military attaché, was killed, marking the first American soldier to lose his life in World War II. Despite the resistance, the Nazis continued to spread their control throughout Norway. Small patrols of German forces occupied every strategic village in Norway. Paratroopers landed in the mountains, while unopposed bombing raids sent terrified civilians fleeing for their lives. The Norwegians had desperately tried to avoid war, compromising and hoping to escape the Nazi menace. Tragically, they had not united with the other democracies, and now they were left to face the Nazi invasion defenseless and alone. Before the Allies could come to their aid, the Germans had already seized control of all key forts. Despite the difficult situation, British, French, and Polish contingents launched several landings along the Norwegian coast. They targeted areas both north and south of Trondheim, attempting to encircle the city. However, they faced constant heavy air attacks, and the scene of action was beyond the range of British fighter planes. The Allies brought in aircraft carriers to help, but they were at a disadvantage against land-based planes. As a result, the Allies suffered heavy losses from the air and were ultimately forced to withdraw from the hopeless situation. Further north at Narvik, the Allies initially met with better success, inflicting significant naval losses on the Nazis and holding the town for nearly 2 months. They even captured their first prisoners of the war. However, Nazi air superiority once again proved decisive, and the Allies were forced to retreat under heavy bombardment from the air. Loyal Norwegians were left to mourn their losses, their destroyed cities, and the betrayal by their own people, the Quislings. Just months earlier, Hitler had declared that Germany had no conflict with the northern states. Yet, Norway found itself under Nazi occupation, a stark reminder that Hitler's words meant nothing. The efficiency with which the Nazis took Norway left the world in shock. Hitler had captured 2 more countries, and while many marveled at his speed, it became clear that a ruthless disregard for laws and humanity often leads to such results. And so Hitler got what he wanted, strategic bases in Norway to target Britain. This northern conquest formed one part of his pincer movement. The next step, a drive through France to complete the southern claw. With U-boats and bombings weakening Britain, the Nazis aimed to launch their final invasion. Hitler's next move was inevitable: France. But how would France, who had endured German attacks in 1914, face this new onslaught? The scenes from the past echoed again. In 1914, without warning, German armies had stormed through neutral Belgium and into France, getting within miles of Paris. Back then, the French rallied in every possible vehicle to fight, forming the legendary taxi cab army. At the heart of the defense was the 9th French Army, led by an almost unknown general. On September 5, 1914, this general made the historic decision to attack, despite being outnumbered and surrounded, showing the resilience of the French forces. Hitler chose not to challenge the heavily fortified Maginot Line, which France had so confidently built to defend against German aggression. Instead, he directed his forces to exploit France's weakest point. The French, who once carried the proud spirit of victory under leaders like Marshal Foch, were now trapped by a sense of safety in the Maginot Line's concrete fortresses. Their strategy was no longer to attack, but to wait, relying on their defenses to hold off the Nazi onslaught. But Hitler knew better. He bypassed the Maginot Line entirely, sending his forces through the Ardennes, a region the French believed was impenetrable. With this bold and unexpected move, the German blitzkrieg swept into France, catching the French forces off guard. The reliance on concrete fortifications and a defensive mindset proved fatal. The once proud spirit of France, symbolized by Foch's call to attack, always attack, had given way to a cautious, defensive posture embodied by the Maginot Line. Unfortunately for France, the modern warfare of Nazi Germany needed more than strong walls to be stopped. Hitler had carefully studied the weakened state of France. He knew that after World War I, France had suffered devastating losses, both in terms of lives and spirit. The French people had endured over 6 million casualties between 1914 and 1918, which drained the nation of its younger generation, its hope, and its resolve. In addition to this loss, the failure of the League of Nations, political corruption, and the influence of special interests had disillusioned the French. They had lost faith in their own democratic ideals, making them vulnerable to Nazi manipulation. While France still appeared strong, its internal unity was fragile. Hitler's greatest weapon was not just his military force, but his ability to exploit these weaknesses. During the Phony War, when no real fighting occurred, the Nazis unleashed a psychological campaign. Propaganda floated across the Rhine, aimed at demoralizing French soldiers. Banners, notes, and even French tunes were used to break their spirits. "Why do you fight?" the messages asked, claiming the British were using France for their own imperialistic goals. The Germans sought to sow doubt, telling the French soldiers their homes were being taken over by British troops while they were on the front lines. With France already divided and disillusioned, Hitler prepared to strike again. But where? Would it be through Alsace-Lorraine, as in 1870, or through the Low Countries, as in 1914? France was on the brink, and Hitler knew it. In 1940, France and its allies expected the German invasion to follow a similar pattern to World War I, where the Germans had pushed through Belgium to attack. The French believed their Maginot Line, a series of fortifications along the German border, was unbeatable, so they focused their defenses on the border with Belgium. They anticipated that any German invasion would come through the Low Countries like Belgium, Holland, or Luxembourg. With this in mind, they positioned 78 divisions along the Belgian border, while 17 divisions manned the Maginot Line. Meanwhile, 10 divisions were placed near the Italian border just in case Mussolini decided to join the fight. A smaller force was also stationed as a precaution against Spain. Britain contributed 10 divisions, located in northern France, to bolster the French defences. The plan was simple. If Germany attacked through Belgium, the Allied armies would swing like a door into Belgium, using the northern end of the Maginot Line. The French were confident because the Ardennes, a heavily forested and rugged region, stood in the way of any German advance. The French military believed that the Ardennes was impassable for large armoured forces due to its narrow roads, streams, and weak bridges. This assumption would prove to be one of the greatest miscalculations in military history. On May 9, 1940, as people in the democracies prayed for strength, the German forces launched a coordinated attack. Without even declaring war, the Germans invaded Luxembourg, Belgium, and Holland. The attack was swift, brutal, and well coordinated, covering the entire front, from the Maginot Line to the sea. France's strategy, built on the wrong assumptions, was about to be tested in ways they had not imagined. In the early hours of the German invasion of the Netherlands, Rotterdam was swiftly overtaken by Nazi forces with the help of fifth columnists who had infiltrated the country. This move signaled a turning point for the Allies, as France was caught flat-footed and overwhelmed by the speed of the attack. From that point on, it was only a matter of time before the Germans would dominate. As the breakthrough at Sedan unfolded, it extended along a wide front, spanning 50 miles from Namur in Belgium to Sedan. Further north, the Allied armies had swung into their defensive positions, expecting the Germans to launch a full-scale attack across the Albert Canal and smash against their front lines. However, by May 13th, the situation remained dangerous but uncertain. The Germans had already swept through Holland and broken the Albert Canal defences, but it was still unclear where their main attack would come. On May 14th and 15th, it became evident that the real German breakthrough was happening south of Namur near Sedan, and the French Ninth Army was caught off guard while still moving into position. They were swiftly shattered by the German assault. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the French High Command ordered an immediate abandonment of their positions, not because they were under attack, but because of the rapid German advance through the Meuse. To try and plug the breach, the French Seventh Army was ordered to make a historic forced march southward to counter the rapidly advancing German spearheads. However, instead of launching an offensive against the German flank, the army was used merely to patch up the broken front. Throughout this period, the Allies had placed their faith in defensive strategies, but the Germans' new warfare tactics, called combining planes, tanks and infantry, rendered these defensive measures obsolete. The speed and coordination of the German blitzkrieg overwhelmed the static defense, sealing the fate of the French army and leading to the collapse of their front lines. The world was astounded by the lightning speed of the German armored columns. What was the secret behind these rapid advances? It lay in the organization of their spearhead attacks. Armored divisions led the charge, closely followed by motorized infantry units. These motorized divisions would break off to form defensive walls, protecting the corridors for their supply trucks, ensuring that the advancing forces were constantly replenished with fuel, food, and ammunition. This allowed the German column to extend rapidly, maintaining momentum and overwhelming resistance. To restore the deteriorating Allied situation, it became clear that the German corridor needed to be cut. On May 17th, General Charles de Gaulle attempted a counterattack, striking at the German flank. Although he managed to capture a few prisoners, his light mechanized forces were not enough to stop the heavily armored German advance. His attack was like a pinprick to a rhinoceros. A second attack followed, but met with even less success. The resources necessary for a successful counterattack were simply not available. Where the Allies needed multiple divisions, they could only muster small groups of companies and battalions. In one valiant but doomed attempt, a group of slow-moving British tanks tried to cut the German corridor near Arras. Lacking the necessary striking power and support, this brave unit was destroyed, leaving the German advance unchecked. On May 21st, the German spearhead reached the port of Abbeville on the English Channel, sealing off northern France. With their flank protected along the Somme River, the Germans spread out to the north and east, aiming for total annihilation of the Allied forces. On May 28th, the exhausted Belgian army, surrounded and battered, surrendered. This left the French and British armies in a desperate situation, trapped with their backs to the sea at the small port of Dunkirk. It seemed like one of the greatest military disasters in history was unfolding. The entire British army faced destruction. But amidst the fog and mist of the Channel, an unexpected sight appeared. A diverse fleet of Navy ships, fishing vessels, and private yachts. The British people had launched a daring rescue mission to save their army. Above them, British fighter planes engaged the Luftwaffe, holding them at bay, while below small groups of Allied troops fought to delay the advancing Germans long enough for the evacuation to happen. In what became known as the Miracle of Dunkirk, 211,500 British troops, along with 112,500 French and Belgian soldiers, were successfully rescued. Over 300,000 soldiers, battle-hardened and resolute, lived to fight another day, determined to return with better weapons to defeat the Nazis. This incredible spirit of resilience was embodied by Winston Churchill, the British leader who had long warned the world about the dangers of Nazi Germany. But while Britain prepared for a renewed fight, France was left in a near-hopeless situation. With 2/5 of its army gone and fewer than 50 divisions remaining, the French were left to defend a 200-mile front stretching from the northern end of the Maginot Line to the sea. Behind this thin line of defense, there were no reserves left to hold off the advancing German forces. As the despairing people of Paris sent their children southward, they held on to the fragile hope that some miracle might save them from the approaching catastrophe. The French army, under-equipped and outnumbered, braced themselves for the inevitable. They knew the blow would come, and on June 5th it did. The French fought back with all their strength, but by June 8th the left flank of their army had been shattered. A general withdrawal was ordered to the lines of the Marne and the Seine rivers, but the tide of the battle was already turning. On June 9th, the Germans launched their main assault, and within 2 days, their armoured and motorised divisions broke out into the open countryside. This breakthrough sealed the fate of France, and soon after, the grim reality of defeat became clear. Officials began discussing an armistice. And what of the Maginot Line, the supposed impenetrable fortification that France had relied on? On June 14th, the Germans launched 2 attacks against the Maginot Line. In both cases, they managed to break through. At the same time, Mussolini, sensing the moment was safe, decided to join the fray. He sent his Italian divisions racing across the border, hoping to secure a piece of France in its hour of collapse. Organized resistance in France had come to an end. The French government now faced 2 choices: continue the fight by retreating to North Africa or surrender and accept defeat. France's leaders were weary and exhausted, and none more so than Marshal Pétain. Encouraged by individuals like Laval, who saw a German victory as his opportunity for personal gain, Pétain made the decision on June 16th to ask for an armistice. Hitler, in typical fashion, received the news of France's collapse with satisfaction. His terms for the armistice were equally symbolic and humiliating. He insisted that the signing take place in the same railway coach where Marshal Foch had accepted Germany's surrender in World War I. The French delegation arrived to meet the full consequences of their country's disunity and the betrayal of some of their leaders. More than 3/5 of the country would be under military occupation, and the remaining areas would be governed by a regime hand-picked by Hitler. To support the German occupation forces, a tax of 400 million francs per day was imposed on the French people. Additionally, nearly 2 million French prisoners of war were taken to Germany, forced to either work as labourers or suffer in concentration camps, facing hunger, disease, and other horrors. Men were deliberately separated from their families permanently with a grim purpose: to reduce France's birth rate and weaken the country for future generations, eliminating it as a global power. French civilians, men, women, and children were forced to work on farms or in factories for the Nazi regime. If they didn't work, they faced starvation. Hitler's plan was clear: there will be a class of subject alien races. French children were given such insufficient food that many would be 12 years old before their adult teeth grew in. Any attempt to protest these brutal conditions was met with swift and lethal punishment, with thousands of innocent French civilians executed. This was the steep price France paid as they signed the armistice. As the master of the master race toured Paris, the once celebrated City of Light, there were no cheering crowds to greet him. When the people of Paris returned to the streets, it was not to celebrate freedom, but to hear dictators tell them how to live, what to say, and what to think, reducing them to mere subjects of the Nazi regime. The Republic of France, with its ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, was gone. Yet, in the hearts of the French, hope still flickered. As their military colours were taken south to the Mediterranean to be kept out of Nazi hands, the people wept, not knowing that the colours of France would fly again. A rallying point had emerged. Charles de Gaulle, a soldier in the tradition of Marshal Foch, refused to surrender. He continued the fight, gathering loyal Frenchmen worldwide to form the Free French Army. 2 years later, those same flags would rise again in North Africa, standing beside the Union Jack and the Stars and Stripes. With General de Gaulle and General Giraud leading them, the French red, white, and blue would once again fly high. Out of the ashes of defeat and humiliation, the soul of France was reborn. The fall of Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Denmark, Norway, Holland, Belgium, and France gave Adolf Hitler more than 100 million people to either work as slaves for him or face starvation. These initial conquests were just the beginning. The real challenge was on the line, which was the Battle of Britain. Hitler and his generals worked tirelessly, drafting plans for Britain's conquest. They knew that even the smallest mistake could ruin their ambitions for world domination. 6 intense weeks of preparation went into their strategy. 6 weeks that would shape history for generations to come. The plan was designed to be foolproof, with every detail carefully thought out. Hitler's approach seemed almost straightforward. The objective of Phase 1 was to knock out the Royal Air Force and its bases. This would allow the Germans to control the airspace and secure the sea lanes across the English Channel. Hitler planned to follow the same blitz strategy that had already devastated Poland, the Low Countries, and France. The idea was to destroy Britain's communication and transport systems, and most importantly, gain complete command of the air. The objective of Phase 2 was, once air superiority was achieved, German dive bombers would target and devastate the British coastline. Paratroopers would be dropped to seize control of airfields and establish crucial beachheads for the invasion. Phase 3 of Hitler's invasion plan was the actual land invasion. The strategy was simple. Transport German panzer divisions across the English Channel using high-speed barges, all protected by German fighter planes. Once on land, these forces would push forward, surround, and annihilate any British opposition. With Britain conquered, Hitler aimed to force the surrender of the British Navy, adding it to the already powerful fleets of Germany, Italy, France, and Japan. Controlling the seas would allow Hitler to dictate the future of the world. Along the invasion coasts, over 100 well-prepared German divisions sang the Nazi anthem, "We are sailing against England," as they waited for Hitler's command. For weeks, Nazi forces and supplies were steadily positioned for the invasion of Britain. The jaws of the Nazi war machine were primed to swallow Britain whole. But what about Britain? How were they preparing for the inevitable attack? Britain had an army, but it was a force rescued from the beaches of Dunkirk, an army without proper weapons. Most of their tanks, guns, and other equipment had been left behind on the roads of France. The only thing they had saved was their most valuable resource was their soldiers. With Britain facing such a dire situation, there was little modern equipment available for defense. The entire country had barely enough gear to outfit even one modern division. There was only one tank for every 1,000 square miles of land, and just one machine gun for every 1,500 yards of coastline. Though Britain had a powerful navy, it was scattered across the globe, guarding vital supply routes. Sending the fleet into the narrow English Channel would have been suicidal, with the German Luftwaffe in control of the skies. The Royal Air Force, Britain's primary defence, was vastly outnumbered by the German Air Force, with a ratio of 10 to 1 in men and machines. Meanwhile, the people of Britain themselves, the men, women and children, knew they were directly in Hitler's crosshairs. The entire population was under threat of full-scale invasion, and everyone understood the gravity of the situation. There was a monumental task at hand, and little time to prepare. Regardless of their age or background, citizens rose to the challenge. The young, the middle-aged, and the elderly clerks, butchers, farmers, and even members of Parliament formed Britain's Home Guard, a civilian army. Though they lacked experience, supplies, and proper equipment, they trained with determination. Many could only fire one shell per practice. The people of Britain, including women, were determined to do their part in the war effort. They ferried planes, carried important dispatches, drove ambulances, and ran the buses. They made sure the men of the military were well fed and ready for whatever lay ahead. Men and women alike worked tirelessly. Full-time wasn't enough. Many put in overtime, and some even worked 60 or 70 hours a week. Hours and fatigue became irrelevant until eventually the government had to step in and reduce the hours to avoid hurting production. When they weren't working, men patrolled the countryside, keeping watch for enemy parachutists, blocking roads and practicing defenses against an invasion. The Germans couldn't grasp this spirit. In a democracy, it's the people who make war, not just the government. The British people placed their faith in Winston Churchill, their newly chosen Prime Minister, who echoed their determination in his powerful speech. "We shall fight on the beaches, landing grounds, in fields, in streets, and on the hills. We shall never surrender." As the dark days of World War II closed in, Britain braces itself for what they knew was coming. They drilled, worked, and waited for the terror to arrive. It did. The skies filled with the sound that would become a part of British life, the drone of approaching German planes. On August 8, 1940, the Battle of Britain began. 30 enemy planes over the Channel, flying due west, came to the call. The Luftwaffe arrived in force, dozens of flights, hundreds of planes, including bombers, fighters, and dive bombers, crossing the short distance over the English Channel. Their first targets were the convoys loaded with essential supplies bound for London. German fighters circled overhead, waiting for the RAF to appear. And they did. Outnumbered by odds of 6, 8, or 10 to 1, the RAF pilots bravely dived in. The Nazi plan was simple: knock the RAF out of the skies. But the men of the RAF had other plans. They fought fiercely to defend their country. In the first 4 days of the Battle of Britain, the Royal Air Force took down 182 German planes. For the following week, the Luftwaffe shifted their attacks to the coastal cities, targeting areas from the Thames River down to Weymouth. Despite their fierce assault, the RAF managed to defend Britain relentlessly, and the Germans lost another 180 planes in their attempts. Hitler's forces then turned to bombarding the critical port towns of Southampton and Plymouth, hoping to cut off supplies from overseas. These ports endured heavy damage, but they remained operational. Cargoes continued to be unloaded, thanks to the tireless efforts of the RAF, which provided air cover. Realizing that battling the Spitfires and Hurricanes in the air wasn't achieving the desired results, Göring changed tactics. He focused his attacks on the British fighter airfields like Dover, Deal and Parking, hoping to destroy the RAF's planes on the ground. Bombs rained down on the airfields, and while the fields were hit, the RAF had a plan. Unlike Poland and other nations, Britain had wisely scattered its planes. Rather than bunching them on runways, the RAF hid its aircraft in different corners of the airfields, minimizing the damage. The Spitfires continued to take to the skies and meet the Luftwaffe. In the first 10 days of the battle, Göring launched 26 major attacks, desperately trying to gain air superiority. The result? The Luftwaffe lost 697 aircraft, while the British lost only 153. and despite these odds, 60 British pilots managed to bail out and live to fight another day. Valuable RAF pilots, having bailed out, were saved and ready to fight again. Meanwhile, the crews of Göring's planes were lost forever, a major blow to the Luftwaffe. The pace of the battle was proving too intense for the Germans, and something was going wrong. The Nazi blitzkrieg was hitting a snag, not just in Britain, but across a 2,000-mile front stretching from Norway to France. The RAF was still in the air, holding firm, and that was stalling the entire German war machine. The Nazi troops, previously confident in their upcoming invasion, were growing frustrated. Long-range German guns were overheating from shelling the British coastline, while Hitler, in public, continued to reassure his people, telling them, "Mr. Churchill tells his people that England will win, but I tell you that victory will belong to Germany." Behind the scenes, however, Hitler was feeling the pressure and called Göring in, ordering him to act quickly. In response, on August 30th, Göring commanded an all-out assault on inland airfields and industrial centres, hoping to cripple the RAF at its source. He also adjusted his tactics, fewer bombers and more fighters, perhaps because his bomber fleet was already dwindling. Whatever the reason, he sent waves of bombers heavily protected by fighter planes. These fighters formed a protective shield, with squadrons positioned at high altitudes on both sides, in front and in the rear of the bombers. But Britain was prepared. Their morale was high, and their defences were sharper than ever. Listening posts, now more advanced, were set up along the coast, giving early warnings of incoming enemy planes. As soon as the Luftwaffe left the continent, the British knew. A quick alert was sent from the control stations to the fighter bases, and British pilots took to the skies, ready to meet the enemy while they were still over the English Channel. Day after day, the battles continued high above the cliffs of Dover, with fierce aerial combat taking place at altitudes of 4, 5, and 6 miles. This region, known as Hell's Corner, became the scene of relentless attacks as the Germans attempted to break through and reach inland targets. Despite the onslaught, the workers in Britain kept producing vital supplies, and the RAF remained in the air, defending their homeland. The RAF pilots, alone in the skies, were not just shooting down planes, they were shattering the entire Nazi plan for world domination. From August 24th to September 5th, the Luftwaffe launched 35 major attacks, but each time they suffered heavy losses. The Germans lost 562 planes, while the British lost 219, managing to save 132 of their pilots. Hitler's invasion plans were falling apart, and the Nazis, blinded by frustration, couldn't understand why the British continued to fight against such overwhelming odds. What Hitler didn't realize was that the British had something stronger than military power, which was their spirit. Hitler, realizing his military superiority wasn't enough, ordered Göring to change tactics. Instead of targeting the RAF, the Nazis would now focus on breaking the spirit of the British people. He decided to attack the heart of Great Britain, the city of London. The aim was to reduce it to rubble, just like Warsaw and Rotterdam, and to crush the very essence of democratic life. Could London endure such an attack? Even the people of London weren't sure. Their defences were limited anti-aircraft guns hastily assembled, barrage balloons to force enemy planes to higher altitudes, and the RAF now running low on reserves. But most importantly, they had their determination. They prepared as best they could. More children were evacuated from the city, air raid precautions were tightened, airplane spotters were stationed, and firefighting teams rehearsed for the inevitable fires. London went dark as the blackout took effect, and the people braced for the worst. On September 7th, the first major blow landed. A massive formation of 375 German planes came roaring up the Thames River. The Battle of Britain turned into the Battle of London. The Hurricanes and Spitfires of the RAF rose to meet the attackers, But the German planes broke through. This was no longer about military targets. This was about pure, savage destruction. Despite the relentless bombing campaign, the people of London carried on with remarkable resilience. Bombs didn't discriminate. They fell on the homes of both the rich and poor, on shops, hospitals, and churches alike. For 28 consecutive days, the Nazis unleashed wave after wave of destruction on the city, with tons of high explosives, delayed action bombs that would explode days later, and massive torpedoes that obliterated entire buildings. Amidst this relentless aerial assault, the everyday people of London fought their own battle for survival. Food became scarce, and sleep was a luxury, with most nights spent underground in cold, damp shelters. Residents adapted to this new reality, taking precautions and seeking safety in the shelters well ahead of time. Air raid wardens remained vigilant, guiding people to safety with unwavering dedication. Doctors and nurses continued working under unimaginable pressure, providing care even as the bombs fell around them. Rescue squads tirelessly sifted through rubble, searching for survivors, though not every search brought good news. Firefighters battled the flames with determination, refusing to let the bombs stop their efforts to save what they could of the city. This was life during the Blitz, a continuous test of endurance and bravery. Despite the horror of the bombings and the destruction, the people of Britain refused to yield, standing firm in defiance of the Nazis' calculated attempt to break their spirit. Across the Channel, an enraged Göring took direct command of operations. On September 15th, he launched one of the Luftwaffe's largest assaults. 500 German bombers and Messerschmitt fighters surged over the English coast, intent on overwhelming Britain's defences. The British, determined to defend their skies, responded with everything they had. What followed was a historic, three-dimensional battle fought across a 60-mile-long, 38-mile-wide area, reaching heights of up to 6 miles. Within the first 30 minutes, 200 individual dogfights raged in the skies. Some of the German bombers managed to break through London's defences, reaching the heart of the city. Despite the devastation, the British defences remained resolute. By the end of the day, Britain had achieved a significant victory. A total of 185 enemy aircraft had been shot down, marking one of the greatest successes in the ongoing Battle of Britain. The British airmen, against overwhelming odds, had once again proven their resilience and determination. Of the 500 German planes that flew over that day, more than a third were shot down. During the 28 days of terror from September 7th to October 5th, the Nazis dropped £50 million of bombs on London. They killed 7,000 civilians and wounded 10,000 more. Iconic landmarks, including Buckingham Palace, Westminster Abbey, the Houses of Parliament, Fleet Street, and St. Paul's Cathedral, was all hit. Bombs blasted through the historical heart of the city, but at a great cost to the Luftwaffe. The Nazis lost 900 planes and their crews during those 28 days. The more they sent over, the more were shot down. The British Spitfire had proven to be one of the deadliest weapons in the war, and if the Germans continued at this rate, their air force would soon be depleted. Desperate for a new tactic, the Nazis changed their approach. On October 6, they switched to night attacks, hoping to avoid the RAF's Spitfires and Hurricanes and break the will of the British people. No longer focused on air control or strategic phases, they aimed to bomb the population into submission to make them cry for mercy. At night, the RAF could do little. It became a battle between German bombs and British resilience. The great docks of London turned into roaring infernos, homes were destroyed by incendiaries, and business blocks were set ablaze. Yet, the people of London endured. Night after night, they sought refuge underground, and each morning they emerged from the wreckage, determined to carry on. The Battle of London was, in many ways, the battle of its people, who stood firm in the face of terror, refusing to be broken by the enemy's relentless attacks. In the face of bombs, fire, and death, the people of London continued their daily routines. They reported to their desks and workbenches, putting in 10 to 12 hours of work each day. The British spirit remained resilient, growing stronger as the RAF soared higher and farther. Amidst the chaos, the British found not only the strength to defend, but also to counterattack. With whatever bombers they could muster, they began hitting back. In this critical period, British forces targeted key German sites. Submarine and shipbuilding yards at Bremen, deemed vitally important, were selected as a target for retaliation. As the RAF commenced their counterattacks, Hitler vowed a thousand-fold revenge. The German response was swift and brutal. On the night of November 14th, a devastating assault was launched on Coventry. £1 million of bombs were dropped on the city, reducing it to rubble much like Warsaw and Rotterdam had been before. The people of Coventry, after enduring a devastating attack, managed to recover their loved ones from the rubble and lay them to rest in common graves. Despite the destruction, Hitler could not break their spirit. They returned to their jobs with a resolute belief that their industrial work was as crucial as any weapon, determined that this enemy must be defeated. They awaited the day when they would strike back. As Christmas 1940 approached, the season of peace and goodwill stood in stark contrast to the turmoil of war. Hitler, unable to bomb Britain into submission, turned to a new strategy: fire. Millions of fire bombs were unleashed on London, igniting over 1,500 sections of the city almost simultaneously. The flames quickly merged into what became the largest fire in recorded history. The attack disrupted vital water supplies, with mains being shattered and water pressure nearly cut off. The London Fire Brigade emerged as heroes, extending temporary hose lines from the Thames River despite the Nazis choosing a night of exceptionally low tide. Throughout the devastation, the people of London remained steadfast. They endured the inferno with resilience and a defiant spirit. They understood that this was a people's war, and as long as they held firm, they could not be beaten. In the months that followed, Britain endured relentless bombings and destruction. But a nation that draws on unwavering courage, even when exhausted, may suffer but cannot be defeated. The Battle of Britain was a victory not achieved by Hitler. He had lost significantly, with 2,375 German planes and their crews destroyed. For the first time, the Germans faced defeat and their invincibility was shattered. Over the course of a year, the Nazis continued their assault on Britain, destroying thousands of homes, damaging millions more, and killing over 40,000 civilians while wounding 50,000 others. Despite this, no Nazi soldier ever set foot on British soil. Hitler, undeterred, shifted his focus to the east. The reasons for the Nazi defeat in the Battle of Britain were clear. A disciplined and determined German force met an equally resolute Free People, who made the invaders retreat. The new style of warfare, in which the RAF excelled, played a crucial role. The British, often dismissed by Hitler as weak, soft democracies, proved their mettle. They not only defended their nation, but also bought the world a precious year of time. As Winston Churchill famously commented, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." The British, often dismissed by Hitler as weak, soft democracies, proved their mettle. They not only defended their nation, but also bought the world a precious year of time. As Winston Churchill famously commented, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." Formerly known as the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, was and still is incredibly rich in natural resources. Its vast mountains conceal abundant deposits of gold and silver, while the ground below holds extensive reserves of copper, tin, manganese, nickel, chromium, radium, sulfur, and magnesia. Russia's forests, covering millions of acres, account for a quarter of the world's lumber reserves. The country is also endowed with substantial fuel resources, including vast quantities of coal and, even more crucially, oil. Russia produces 23 million barrels of oil each year, containing 55% of the world's total oil reserves. Additionally, Russia has over 10 billion tons of iron, which is essential for steel production. The rich black soil of Russia supports a wide range of agriculture. It yields everything from sunflowers to lotus and supports the cultivation of tea and tobacco, both of which are consumed in large amounts. Cotton production reaches 3,800,000 bales annually, and sugar is also grown. Russia's pastures provide ample feed for livestock, producing meat and wool. The vast plains are covered with grain fields stretching as far as the eye can see, including corn, oats, hops, rye, and some of the world's best wheat. Russia is not only rich in resources, but also in people. With a population of 193 million, the USSR is home to individuals of every race, color, and creed from its diverse republics. The country is a mosaic of cultures and languages, with over 100 different languages spoken, but all citizens are united under one nation. No matter who they are, whether they're the great Russians, whose ancestors settled this vast land and have lived here for 1,000 years, or the Cossacks, the famous horsemen from the plains of the Don River Valley, or from the southwest in Ukraine, where the Ukrainians lived in the Soviet Union's rich farmland. Alongside them were Moldavians and Bessarabians. If they came from the south, between the Caspian and Black Seas, there are Armenians and Georgians, or tough Chechens, from the high mountains. There were also Uzbeks, Turkmens, and Kyrgyz from the borders of Persia and India, as well as other groups like the Bashkirs, Tatars, and Yakuts from far beyond the Ural Mountains. Even people from the icy lands, hunters like the Chukchi, or settlers like the Lapps. Whether they come from the remote northern wilderness or a big city like Moscow, where old buildings stand next to new ones, and old traditions mix with modern ways, whether they work in factories, serve in the army, build houses, direct traffic, or are school children, farmers, nurses, engineers, or musicians. They all share one thing: a deep love for their homeland. Russia is the largest country in the world, with endless raw materials and a population of 193 million. These are the reasons why every conqueror in history has wanted to take over Russia. This was also why the modern conqueror wrote, "When we talk about new territory, we must think of Russia." Germany's aggressive spirit had been passed down through generations, and in Hitler's Germany, the goal became world domination. The only answer to this threat was collective security. So, in 1934, the Soviet Union joined the League of Nations. Its representatives repeatedly pushed for agreements to defend any nation that was attacked through collective action. While some members of the League argued for using collective force, others like Germany, Italy, and Japan left the League to follow a path of aggression. They invaded Manchuria, Ethiopia, and then Hitler took over Austria, Czechoslovakia, and in 1939 Poland. This was the first step toward Russia. But when France and Britain declared war, Hitler's plans to go east were interrupted, and the Germans had to turn west. In 1940, as we've seen, they eliminated the last resistance in Western Europe. While they tried to defeat Britain, German generals were already planning to restart their march east toward Russia. But before they could attack, they had to prepare. To the south and east of Germany were Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and Greece. Hungary had fields full of grain, but the Germans wanted it for their soldiers. Hungary also had bauxite, which is used to make aluminum, and aluminum makes planes. Hungary had an army too, not as strong as the German army, but good enough to send against Russia. Romania had grain and, more importantly, oil, which Hitler needed for his war. Romania also provided men for slave labor and cannon fodder for the attack on Russia. Both Romania and Hungary shared borders with Russia, and Hitler wanted those borders under German control. While Bulgaria didn't share a border with Russia, it had bases on the Black Sea for German submarines to attack Russian ships. By spring 1941, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria were all under German control. Hungary was led by Admiral Horthy, Romania by young King Michael, who was just a puppet for Hitler's General Antonescu, and Bulgaria by King Boris, who had always supported German imperialism. These governments, facing the threat of rebellion from their people, were happy to let Hitler's army protect them. By March 1941, German troops occupied Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria. However, Yugoslavia and Greece were still free, and as long as they were, they provided a possible path for the Allies to launch a counterattack. At one of their meetings, Hitler gave Mussolini the task of conquering Greece. Mussolini was excited that this was his only chance to show his people he could be a conqueror. But he misjudged the situation. After his fascist soldiers barely made it into Greece, the Greeks, in a well-planned mountain campaign, pushed the Italians back and even invaded Albania. Hitler was furious. Mussolini's failure to secure the southern flank was delaying the attack on Russia. Hitler sent an ultimatum to Yugoslavia and Greece: surrender or face war. But the Yugoslavs and Greeks, proud fighters, refused to bow to Nazi rule. At dawn on April 6, German bombs signaled the start of war with Yugoslavia. The Nazis and Italians launched a strong, coordinated attack, backed by almost uncontested airstrikes. The result was clear. Despite their determined efforts, the Yugoslav army was broken into smaller groups and captured. The war in Greece also began on April 6. Despite brave resistance from the Greeks and the British, who came to help them, the Germans, who had superior numbers and equipment, pushed past key defenses. By the end of April, the Nazi flag was flying over Athens. With the Balkans conquered, the Nazis could now focus all their efforts on Russia. There was no time to lose, as time was on Russia's side. Their factories, which were originally built for peaceful purposes, were now making weapons for war. Though they couldn't produce enough for the huge battle ahead, they made what they could. Meanwhile, the Russian army grew as more men were called up to be trained, toughened, and prepared to defend their country. The Nazis had a strong front stretching from the Black Sea to the Baltic Sea, but the Russians had built a buffer zone to weaken any Nazi attacks. But where would the Nazis strike? When they finally attacked, it came from 5 different directions, with an extra one from the north for good measure. This was the big day. A storm of nearly 200 Axis divisions, including more than 2 million men, hit a front that was 2,000 miles long, stretching from the White Sea to the Black Sea. Their goal was to destroy the Red Army in a decisive battle. The offensive targeted the entire front, but focused on 3 main objectives, including Leningrad, Moscow, and Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. In the first 30 days, von Lieb's forces advanced to within 125 miles of Leningrad, while Finnish troops, backed by the Germans, began closing in on the city from the north. In the center, Guderian's army pushed 480 miles into Soviet territory, capturing one Russian city after another. On July 17th, they took Smolensk, which was seen as the gateway to Moscow. At the same time in the south, von Rundstedt's forces moved deep into Ukraine. This was the Blitz at its peak, and the world thought Russia had only 6 weeks left. The Germans even announced, "The outcome in the east is already decided. Spans is the last stop on the road to Moscow." But then something unexpected happened. For the first time since the powerful German army started its blitz, crushing one European country after another, they faced a country that refused to give in. Even though Hitler's army pushed deeper into the Soviet Union and by October 15th was almost at the Kremlin, the Soviet government and foreign missions moved 700 miles east. Despite Hitler's confident claim about victory against the Soviet Union, and even though by December the Germans had taken 500,000 square miles of Russian land, including key farming areas, factories, and millions of people, the 6 weeks predicted for Russia's fall stretched to almost 6 months. The Nazi Blitz had stalled, stumbled, and finally failed. What has gone wrong? Let's break it down. In this massive battle, 2 different armies and 2 different strategies faced each other. The Germans relied on a tactic called Kesse. One wedge of soldiers would be driven deep into enemy territory to join up with another, trapping their enemy inside and destroying them. The German plan in every campaign was to deliver one massive, decisive blow, no matter the cost. Think back to the campaigns you've seen in these films. Poland, where the Poles defended their borders. The Blitz broke through, and Poland fell in 18 days. France, where the Allies defended the borders. The Germans broke through at Sedan, and France was lost. The Balkans, where Yugoslavians rushed to defend their borders. A breakthrough happened, and in 12 days Yugoslavia was gone. The Germans planned to use the same Blitz strategy against the Russians, but the Russians had developed their own defense. They used the size of their land to their advantage. The Russian strategy was to have layers of defense, one after another, going deep into their country. When the German forces hit the first line, it would bend and merge with the second line. The Germans would hit again, and part of the defense would fall, but the rest would bend into a third line. So, the further the Germans advanced into Russia, the stronger the defense became. Eventually, the Germans faced a solid wall of resistance, and they lost their chance for a quick all-out victory. The result, the Germans took land, but lost the campaign, while the Russian tactic kept most of their army intact, making a long war unavoidable. The Russians also had other tactics that caught the Germans off guard. Germany had developed blitz warfare, a fast, mechanized attacks using armies on wheels. But the Russians found a way to fight them. They turned their cities into strongholds, forcing the Germans to come to them. The more the Germans bombed a city, the harder it became for their tanks to move through. Russian cities became as well known as towns in the next county: Rostov, Kursk, Smolensk. One city after another stood in the way of the Nazi Blitz. The Red Army made their cities vital to the fight. Odessa, which held off the Nazis for more than 2 months, slowed down the whole Nazi advance into Crimea. Sebastopol, which resisted every attack, held out for 8.5 months. The Russians fought fiercely for every part of the town, firing on the Germans from the large Black Sea naval base. When the Germans finally entered the town, the fight continued, with each district defended street by street, each street defended house by house, and each house defended room by room. The Russians knew their cities would be destroyed, but their goal wasn't to save the cities. The Germans were forced out of their armored vehicles to fight in close hand-to-hand combat, something they thought was a thing of the past. There was one more thing the Germans didn't count on. They overlooked the people. Generals may win campaigns, but it's the people who win wars. On June 22nd, when the Russian people learned that their country had been invaded, their determined faces showed they were ready to fight and die, but never surrender. They understood this war wasn't just about who controlled the land, it was about survival. The call to arms spread across every factory and farm, and from every Russian town and village, people came to answer. From that moment on, only one thing mattered: the victory. Total war meant everyone was involved, not just soldiers, but young and old, men and women. Age didn't matter. If you were 12 years old, there was work for you. Gender didn't matter. If you could hold a rifle, you were a soldier. If you could work a machine, harvest crops, drive a train, steer a ship, or guide a tractor, you were still a soldier, because everything was part of the war effort. Nothing that could be useful to the enemy was left behind, not a single piece of wire, iron, wheat, or cattle. Old men stood guard over the fields, ready to set them on fire at the first sign of the enemy. Everything was set ablaze, even the great Dnieper Dam, built with years of hard work to bring electricity to Ukraine. Rather than let the enemy take it, the Russians destroyed it. This was scorched earth, the land they had lived and worked on, their forests, fields, and farms. A new kind of army was formed to fight behind German lines. An army without uniforms, whose base was the forest and whose battlefield was the enemy's rear. This was the guerrilla army. They sought little glory, but were full of determination. Their efforts were rarely mentioned. Look closely at these faces, because you won't see them as war prisoners or heroes. They knew their fate was likely death, but they stayed behind to fight. Their only goal was destruction, blowing up communication lines, supplies, and killing invaders. Their weapons were dynamite and the element of surprise. They didn't ask for mercy and didn't give any. This was the guerrilla army. This was the scorched earth. This was the Red Army and its leaders. These are the reasons that even though the Germans captured 500,000 square miles of land, it was just barren, scorched land. This is why, after 5.5 months of blitz warfare, the Germans were stopped at the gates of Moscow. This is why, although Hitler had promised that by December, the swastika would fly over the Kremlin, December came, and it wasn't the swastika over the Russian capital. Instead, fresh Red Army troops marched through the streets of the ancient city. On the front lines, the men of the Red Army listened to their long-awaited order. Fighter command was ready, bomber command was ready, parachutists, artillery, tanks, cavalry, and infantry were all in position. Now it was the Germans' turn to fight for their lives. For the first time, the German army was retreating, experiencing the fear of a desperate retreat. Village after village, town after town, the Red Army moved through the land that had been under the control of the invaders for days and weeks. From cellars, forests, and hiding places, the men, women, and children who once lived in these towns emerged. Soldiers and guerrillas reunited with wives, mothers, and friends. There was celebration in the streets, joy in their hearts, but also deep sorrow. Their homes were in ruins, and the once bustling towns were now shattered and ghostly, reminders of what they had lost. Nothing had been spared. The Russians kept pushing forward, deeper along the front from Rostov to Leningrad. Nowhere could the German lines hold back the Russian advance, and by the spring of 1942, this area was freed from the Germans. This was the story of the people of a city now called Leningrad, named after Lenin, the leader of the Russian Revolution. Before that, it was called Petrograd, after its founder, Peter the Great. On June 22nd, the news of the attack reached Leningrad, just like the rest of the Soviet Union. But here, the city was only a few miles from the German lines. While the men of the Red Army and the Baltic Fleet went out to fight the enemy, another army was formed behind them. This army didn't use rifles, they used shovels. It was made up of men, women, and children. They worked hard, digging trenches, building barricades, and preparing defenses. They knew they were part of the front line, and they weren't wrong. Leningrad's first encounter with war didn't end when night fell. Finally, morning arrived, and the people of Leningrad emerged from the ruins. They looked similar to the people of London, Rotterdam, and Warsaw, with their destroyed homes, museums, and even the famous Russian elephant from the Leningrad Zoo as casualties. But there was a major difference. Bombing was only a small part of what Leningrad had to endure. In September, the Nazis surrounded the city, declaring it cut off and doomed. The German commander demanded the city's surrender, but he's still waiting for an answer. This was the start of the siege of Leningrad, a siege that would last almost 17 months. Winter came early that year, and it was bitterly cold, the hardest winter in years. But unlike other places in Russia, where winter was an ally, in Leningrad, the freezing temperatures made life even harder. The defenders of the city stayed in trenches of snow and ice, refusing to retreat. They were ready to die, but wouldn't give up another inch. Despite all their efforts, the enemy was stopped at the gates of the city. Inside, however, the people faced disease, famine, and extreme hardship. There was no oil for heat and no power for electricity, but the people of Leningrad didn't give up. They walked miles through the freezing cold to get to their workbenches. The pipes froze, and there was no running water, so they dug holes in the streets to find water. There was barely any food, with factory workers getting 8 ounces of bread a day, and everyone else, including children, only 4 ounces. To stop disease from spreading, an army of women worked daily, clearing rubble from the streets to keep the city clean. Bombs from the air couldn't force Leningrad to surrender. Winter couldn't do it, and hunger couldn't do it either. So the Germans started shelling the city, firing tons of explosives into its heart. But the more they shelled, the harder the people of Leningrad worked. Surrounded, with no help from the rest of Russia, and facing cold, hunger and disease, Leningrad was at its darkest hour. And then something miraculous happened. To the west of Leningrad is the Baltic Sea, and to the east and north is Lake Ladoga, a large inland lake. The Germans and Finns controlled most of the lake's borders, except for a small stretch still held by the Russians. There was nearly 100 miles of frozen, snow-covered ice between the shore and the city. Across the frozen surface of the lake, horses and sledges began carving a road. Soon trucks started crossing this icy highway, bringing food, oil, grain, and fuel to Leningrad. Truckload after truckload delivered new life to the city. By the time the Germans realized they had left this road open, it was too late. Their planes tried bombing the road, but the trucks kept coming day and night. Soon, it wasn't just trucks. Russians began laying train tracks across the ice. A locomotive with the words "To the Heroes of Leningrad" made its first journey from the far side of the lake, bringing food, medicine, and supplies. This was just the first of many trains that not only brought in much-needed aid, but also took out the wounded, the sick women, and freezing children who needed care. Throughout the long, harsh winter, the lake traffic continued, and the Red Army outside the city found the strength to not only defend Leningrad but also attack. Again and again, they pushed the Germans back, inch by inch, from the city's outskirts. Then spring arrived. Outside Leningrad, the snow began to melt, and the bodies of German soldiers emerged from their icy graves, a reminder of the Russians' determination. The ice on Lake Ladoga also started to thaw, but the trucks kept rolling, even as the ice beneath them melted. The city started to come back to life. For the first time in months, trolleys were running again. It seemed like everyone in the city, men, women, and children, wanted to take a ride. It felt like life had returned. Children who survived the Nazi bombs and the brutal winter were alive again, as were the women of the Red Army, the Red Fleet, and the sailors themselves. Artists from the famous Tchaikovsky ballet performed to lift spirits. Spring had come, summer was on the way, and Leningrad was still free. Although some Germans did eventually enter the city, it wasn't under the circumstances they had imagined. The legend of Nazi invincibility had been broken by the iron will and courage of the people of Leningrad. They showed that while generals may win battles, it's the people who win wars. By the summer of 1942, new posters appeared in Moscow, welcoming their allies. Help was already arriving in Russian ports, drugs, food, and warm clothes sent by friends to help in their darkest hour. But despite this, the Red Army leaders knew they still faced a powerful enemy, and that the Germans would attack again. This time, the Germans planned to focus all their strength on one goal: the Caucasus and its oil. The towering peaks of the Caucasus Mountains were one of the toughest military challenges, with only one highway crossing them. On the other side was Baku, the largest oil field. The only practical military route to Baku was along the coast of the Caspian Sea, but this would create a dangerously long supply line for the Germans. To succeed, they needed to control the northern hub of the rail lines and a new base of operations. That hub was a port on the Volga River, a city we now know well, Stalingrad, named after Russia's current leader. It was the pride of this generation of Russians, built in their time. By September 20th of 1942, after 30 days of intense non-stop fighting, the Germans had fought their way into the outskirts of Stalingrad. By the end of the month, they had taken over the northwest part of the city and captured part of the center, including the train station. On the last day of September, Hitler declared that the city would fall in just a few days. Once again, it seemed like the Russian campaign was lost, but once again, the Germans were close to victory, only to fail. They were about to face a level of resistance they had never experienced before. Everything that had happened in other cities like Kiev, Rostov, Odessa, Sevastopol was just a warm-up for the battle in Stalingrad. Every inch of the city was fought for as a key point of defense. By the end of October, snow had fallen over Stalingrad. The Germans tried to bomb the Russian-held parts of the city into surrender. But by November, the Russians were no longer just defending their city inch by inch. They were beginning to gain ground. As the world watched in awe, American and British troops landed in North Africa, taking control. Meanwhile, in the east, the British Eighth Army was driving back the Afrika Korps, and in the northeast, the Red Army launched a powerful counterattack. The Germans were now learning the true power of combined operations. Suddenly, the Russians launched attacks along the entire front. In the far north, the Germans felt the first hit as the Russians recaptured Schlüsselburg. Britons were about to face their toughest challenge yet. Fresh reinforcements were arriving from far-off Siberia. These troops had been stationed there in case of conflict with Japan, but now they were brought in to help the defenders of Stalingrad. As the reserves entered the city, the commanders of 3 Russian armies met at headquarters. The Germans had paid a high price for Stalingrad, and the Russians were determined to turn it into a trap. 2 attacks were launched at the same time, one from the north and one from the south. The German armies surrounding Stalingrad were now at risk of being surrounded themselves. Finally, the 2 Russian forces met, and the battle-hardened soldiers from the north and south greeted each other with the joy of children. They knew that this meeting meant not only the salvation of Stalingrad, but also a victory for their country. On Christmas of 1942, the people of the Soviet Union had a reason to celebrate. They had received the most precious gift from their army, hope for ultimate victory. Just like in our towns, it was a day for children in Moscow, a happy Christmas with no German bombers overhead. In previous years, the Russians celebrated on New Year's Eve, but not now. The factories were just as busy as ever, working through the night. On the front lines, the New Year's greeting was different. Outside Stalingrad, the icy winter had turned into a fiery battleground. The Russians used their latest equipment, including flamethrowers, ice gliders for capturing airfields, and rocket launchers they called Katyusha. Every last resource of the Red Army was thrown into a massive offensive aimed at total destruction. The Germans were now the ones trapped instead of the Russians. On February 2nd, 1943, after 162 days of brutal fighting, the last shot was fired. Peace finally came to Stalingrad. Among the shattered streets and ruins, the defenders welcomed the Army of the Don. Stalingrad was free, and the Nazis surrendered. The German generals, ordered by Hitler to capture Stalingrad at any cost, had promised him victory. But now 24 of those generals, who had earned medals in Poland, Norway and France, were left with only their past glory. One of them was Field Marshal von Paulus, the commander of the German forces in Stalingrad. He had threatened his soldiers that if they surrendered, their families would be punished. When he faced his captors, he likely feared that Hitler would now take revenge on his own family, as he had surrendered, costing Hitler not just a field marshal, but an entire army of 22 divisions and 330,000 men. These are the men who were promised they would spend the winter in Stalingrad as conquerors. Well, it was winter, and this was Stalingrad. When spring came, the results of the winter battles were clear. The invaders had been pushed far back, beyond the lines they had held a year earlier. In this campaign, the Axis powers had lost 5,090 planes, 9,190 tanks, 20,360 guns, 375,000 machine guns, over 500,000 rifles, 17 million shells, 128 million cartridges, and 1,193,525 men, with 800,000 of them dead. That is the story of Germany's attempt to conquer Russia. In 1941, they tried to take Moscow and failed. In 1942, they aimed for the Caucasus and failed. This was the city of Shanghai in September 1937. It marked the tragic start of a new kind of warfare, known as mass bombings targeting helpless civilians for the first time. Why were these Chinese men, women, and children killed by Japanese bombs? To answer this, we need to understand a few key things about China and Japan. China's history spans over 4,000 years. To put that in perspective, from the time of World War II, it had been just 168 years since Washington crossed the Delaware and only 452 years since Columbus arrived in America. The fall of the Roman Empire was about 1,500 years ago, and Moses received the 10 Commandments around 3,400 years ago. Meanwhile, more than 4,000 years ago, the Chinese Empire already existed, along with a rich civilization focused on art, learning, and peace. China is also about land, more land than all of Europe combined, and about a third bigger than the United States. It's rich in natural resources. This vast country consists of China itself and 4 outer regions. To the north lies Manchuria, a vast area full of resources. Next to Manchuria are Mongolia and Xinjiang, home to the Gobi Desert, an enormous plateau with nomadic tribes. In the west is Tibet, known as the roof of the world, with towering peaks of the Himalayan mountains, a remote place few have visited. From these mountains come 3 major rivers. The northernmost is the Yellow River, in the south is the Pearl River, which flows past Canton and Hong Kong, and the largest of all, the Yangtze, stretches 3,000 miles through China, making the land fertile and transporting much of the country's goods. With such a large population, it's important to understand who they are. In their 4,000-year history, they've never started a war of conquest. The Chinese invented movable type printing, the compass, and were some of the earliest astronomers. Their work in studying the stars helped humanity measure time accurately. They also invented porcelain and gunpowder not as weapons of war, but for celebrations and festivals. Japan had a clear plan, and it was outlined in the Tanaka Memorial, a blueprint for world domination created in 1927 by Baron Tanaka, the Japanese foreign minister. The plan was simple. To conquer the world, Japan first needed to conquer China. The plan had 4 phases. First, take over Manchuria for its raw materials. Second, slowly absorb China for its manpower, piece by piece, to avoid drawing too much attention from the rest of the world. Third, expand south to capture the wealth of the Indies. And the fourth, turn east and take on the United States. The idea was that Japan would ride on China's back to achieve global domination, just as Germany planned to use Russia for its own conquests. But how could Japan, a country 1/20th the size of China, with only 1/6 of its population, imagine conquering China, let alone the world? There were two main reasons. First, while China had a long history, modern China was fractured like a jigsaw puzzle, with different regions ruled by warlords, each with their own army. China was a country, but not yet a united nation. Meanwhile, Japan was a highly organized military dictatorship. Second, the two nations used Western advancements differently. In 1911, Sun Yat-sen led a revolution in China, ending the imperial system and starting a new era as a republic. He and his followers aimed to modernize the country by building schools, offering scholarships, and sending young people abroad to learn Western ideas. They introduced new technologies in industry, science, and medicine, built hospitals, and promoted basic freedoms like freedom of speech and religion. Although Sun Yat-sen passed away in 1925, his successor, Chiang Kai-shek, continued his mission, striving to unify and modernize China. Meanwhile, Japan's emperor and military leaders were using Western technology to build one of the world's most powerful military machines. Their sole focus was to fulfill the Tanaka Memorial's goal of absorbing China. Japan borrowed military technology from other nations to create a modern army, navy, and air force, all in preparation for their conquest. In 1931, Japan began Phase 1 by invading and occupying Manchuria. This small conflict quickly grew, spreading destruction that would eventually set the world on fire. Phase 1 of the Tanaka Plan went exactly as expected. Japan managed to do this without sparking a major war because China was still too divided. The Chinese in the south didn't feel connected to what was happening to their fellow countrymen in the north. After Manchuria, Japan tried to take Shanghai, but they met strong resistance and had to back off, only to return later and continue their conquest. They got away with it. The world criticized and China protested, but Japan still got what they wanted, another piece of China without triggering a full-scale war. To manage their new territory in Manchuria and the recently captured areas, the Japanese installed a puppet government, led by Henry Poi, their hand-picked leader. But the leaders of the new China remembered that centuries ago, other invaders had come. The evidence still stood. The Great Wall, built by their ancestors over 2,000 years ago, stretching 1,400 miles across mountains and deserts to defend against northern invaders. People often say that the Great Wall is the only man-made structure visible from space. But the Chinese knew that in modern times, invaders couldn't be stopped by a wall, no matter how strong or tall. They couldn't even be stopped by people unless those people were united. By 1937, China was slowly becoming more unified, and this worried the Japanese. The one thing Japan couldn't allow was a united China. So they struck again before the country could fully unify, this time targeting 5 northern provinces at China's core. In the US Embassy in China, Colonel William Mayer, a military attaché, described what happened next. The Japanese, as usual, came up with a false excuse to justify their actions. This time, instead of claiming a damaged railway like in Manchuria in 1931, they said a Japanese soldier had gone missing, supposedly kidnapped by the Chinese. Once again, Japan claimed their honor had been insulted and demanded revenge. On the night of July 7, 1937, at the Marco Polo Bridge near Beijing, Japan launched their attack. Within weeks, the Japanese took control of Tianjin and Beijing. It looked like Japan was on the verge of another easy victory. The Japanese paused to organize their new territory, hoping to avoid a war by simply taking the land without much resistance. But this time, they faced a rude awakening. Instead of just protesting and negotiating, the Chinese fought back. Rather than fighting in the north, where Japan expected them, the Chinese launched a surprise attack in Shanghai. To understand the importance of this battle, it's key to know a bit about Shanghai. Situated near the mouth of the Yangtze River, Shanghai was China's largest city and the biggest seaport in the Far East, controlling much of China's commerce and trade. The wealth of the East flowed through its docks and channels. In Shanghai, East truly met West. Within the city of 3.5 million Chinese was a separate foreign settlement, which included the French concession and the well-known international settlement. Nations like Britain, the US, and Japan had stationed small detachments of troops, including Japanese, British, French, and US Marines to maintain peace and protect the foreign settlements. Although these forces were small, the Japanese, in violation of treaty agreements, secretly increased their military presence. So, when fighting broke out near their concession in August 1937, they thought they were ready. However, the force of the Chinese counterattack nearly pushed the Japanese into the Huangpu River. With the help of their warships' heavy guns, the Japanese managed to hold their ground until reinforcements could arrive. Soon, Japanese forces landed at key points near the Wusong forts and along the Yangtze River at Liuhe, north of Shanghai. The Chinese fell back to positions 5 or 10 miles inland, where they could escape the relentless fire from Japanese naval guns. Meanwhile, the Japanese made a surprise landing 20 miles south of Shanghai with 2 divisions, quickly moving north to outflank the Chinese forces. The Chinese position became impossible to hold, and a retreat was ordered west and south toward Nanking and Hangzhou. However, only about half of the Chinese army that had fought in Shanghai was able to pull back. Meanwhile, frustrated by the resistance to their power, the Japanese unleashed their fury on Shanghai civilians. The city, defenseless and without proper protection, witnessed the deliberate killing of thousands by Japanese bombers. Some people found refuge in the international settlement, where Japan was not yet willing to attack foreign-owned property and people. But there wasn't enough space for everyone. For each person who found safety, thousands were left outside, exposed to relentless Japanese bombings. Trapped in the narrow streets, these desperate civilians had no way to escape as buildings crumbled around them. The Japanese introduced a new kind of warfare, one driven by terror, mass murder, and extreme cruelty. After securing the area east of Shanghai, the Japanese reorganized quickly and launched a coordinated attack on Nanking. One column advanced along the railroad, while another moved farther south, aiming to cut off any potential escape route for the Chinese forces defending Nanking. During this campaign, Japanese forces also attacked the American gunboat Uwasapane, even though it was clearly marked. The ship was bombed and sunk, resulting in the first American casualties of the conflict. Although the Japanese government officially apologized, the damage was already done. At Nanking, the Chinese army fought bravely to defend the capital of the Chinese Republic. However, Japanese forces were too powerful, and within days the city fell. During the occupation of Nanking, the Japanese committed horrific atrocities. The civilian population, unable to escape, faced brutal violence. Japanese soldiers raped, tortured, and killed thousands of people. In one of the bloodiest massacres in history, 40,000 men, women, and children were slaughtered. Those who survived the massacre often wished they hadn't, as the horror they experienced was worse than death. An American missionary captured these scenes and smuggled the footage out of China, exposing the full extent of the brutality during the rape of Nanking. This nightmare wasn't a random act. It was a deliberate strategy by the Japanese High Command to crush the spirit of the Chinese people once and for all. But instead of breaking China's spirit, it did the opposite. What Sun Yat-sen had dreamed of and what Chiang Kai-shek had worked toward finally became known as a united China. The Japanese invasion achieved what 4,000 years hadn't, uniting the Chinese people in their determination to resist. However, the Chinese knew that having the will to resist wasn't enough. They needed the power to resist, and that couldn't be built overnight. So they devised a strategy. They would give up land gradually, while they built up the strength to fight back. They moved their industrial base west, beyond the mountains, railways, and beyond the reach of the Japanese, to produce the weapons and tools needed for the fight. China would trade space for time. Roads were destroyed, factories dismantled, and nothing was left for the invaders. Then the people began to move. 30 million people, driven by a powerful sense of purpose, began their journey west. This mass migration, stretching over 2,000 miles of wilderness and rugged terrain, became one of the most remarkable events in human history, the largest migration ever recorded. Everything useful was brought along: libraries, schools, hospitals, and machinery from over 1,000 factories, totaling more than £300 million, were moved using trucks, ox carts, and even by hand. Wherever possible, people gathered near the few remaining railroads, hoping to ride part of the way. When the last train departed, even the tracks were dismantled, rail by rail, and taken west, leaving nothing for the enemy. Every river flowing west carried supplies. Every available boat was used to transport the valuable machinery, more precious than gold, as the people moved further west. The journey was slow, sometimes advancing by miles, feet, or even inches. The hardship was unimaginable, that 30 million people kept moving, away from the invaders, away from slavery and death, and toward freedom. In the free mountain lands of the West, ancient cities came alive with new modern energy. Chongqing became the new capital of free China, perched high on the cliffs above the Yangtze River. The Chinese re-established their government there, knowing the city wouldn't be safe from Japanese air raids, with the horrors of Shanghai still fresh in their minds. Thousands of workers quickly carved enormous caves into the sandstone cliffs, creating shelters for the people and the machines essential to the war effort. Chongqing became the heart of the Chinese nation, and the Japanese were determined to destroy it. Since they couldn't reach the city by land, they sent bombers to try and wipe it out. In response to the air raids, the Chinese defended Chongqing with slow and outdated planes, making brave, often suicidal attempts to protect the city. But despite the constant bombings, life in the city refused to die. Both the people and the factories had moved underground, where the machines could keep running day and night, safe from the bombs. The Chinese had planned ahead, and despite all the destruction above, they held firm. Chongqing became a symbol of their unbreakable spirit. The call to arms echoed across China, and millions of people answered. Men and women left their homes and farms to form a new army, determined to fight for a united China. At first, these new soldiers were inexperienced, but they quickly toughened up, learning the discipline of battle. They learned how to strike back and fight for their freedom. Young people were trained to care for the sick and wounded, while women joined their brothers and husbands in the fight. Volunteers from other countries also came to help, including Americans like Colonel Chennault and his famous Flying Tigers, who had incredible success in the air, shooting down enemy planes at an astonishing rate. Japan's plan for conquest was starting to fall apart. Phase 2 of the Tanaka Plan was meant to subdue China, but the Chinese refused to be broken. Frustrated, the Japanese tried to weaken China by cutting off supply lines, taking control of key railroads, and blockading the coast. Yet China managed to keep supplies flowing through limited routes including a railway and even a camel caravan trail from Russia. The most important supply line was the Burma Road, a tough and treacherous path through the mountains that connected China to the outside world. Despite limited machinery, the Chinese built the road using their bare hands, carving it out of the rugged terrain. In less than a year, the Burma Road was completed, an incredible feat and a testament to China's newfound determination. Trucks began traveling back and forth, keeping China's lifeline open. Meanwhile, the Japanese occupied 2/3 of China's railroads and continued to push their invasion. But China wasn't done. When the Japanese advanced on Changzhou, the Chinese responded by blowing up the dikes of the Yellow River, unleashing a flood that created a natural barrier between them and the invaders. The Japanese were learning that occupying Chinese cities and controlling the railroads didn't mean they had subdued China. Guerrilla fighters, mostly farmers who would stay behind, began to resist, harassing the Japanese and disrupting their supply lines. The Japanese tried to crush these guerrillas, but the fighters would disappear and reappear elsewhere, using speed and surprise to ambush enemy patrols, making life difficult for the Japanese. Beyond the guerrilla fighters, the land itself, the rivers, floods, and vast distances became an enemy the Japanese war machine couldn't easily overcome. Phase 2 of the Tanaka Plan had become bogged down in what Japan called the China Incident, leaving them in a tough situation. Though Phase 2 was incomplete, Japan decided they couldn't wait any longer to move forward with Phases 3 and 4, conquering the Indies and attacking the United States. With Russia preoccupied by Germany and Britain weakened, Japan saw a chance to strike. They made the fateful decision to press forward, launching attacks that would soon lead to war with the US. China's situation should have improved after the attack on Pearl Harbor, as they now had new allies, the United States, Britain, and the Dutch. But early 1942 was a devastating time for China. As Japan advanced, China lost the Burma Road, their vital supply route. Yet China's courage never faltered. Despite overwhelming odds, they kept fighting. One of the most remarkable moments was the Battle of Changsha. The Japanese attempted to capture the city, but the Chinese, having set a clever trap, launched a counter-offensive and drove the invaders back. The victory at Changsha was a powerful symbol of the unbreakable spirit of the Chinese people. By 1944, a new chapter of the war was being written across the Pacific. The United States and its allies had gone on the offensive, slowly turning the tide against Japan. China's struggle has now become part of a greater fight for the freedom of the world. American, British, and Chinese forces were gathering strength to liberate China, with General Stilwell leading the Chinese armies. Chinese troops, trained and equipped with modern American weapons, were ready to lead the charge against Japan. Meanwhile, the new Lido Road was being built, connecting China to India and bringing in much-needed supplies. In the skies over China, young Chinese pilots trained in the US joined American forces to strike Japanese targets. Despite being cut off from much of the world, China held strong. Its people, alongside their allies, continued to resist the Japanese invaders. Together, the nations of the world fought for a future where freedom would triumph over tyranny, shaping the fate of humanity in the process. Benito Mussolini, once the powerful leader of fascist Italy, met his end in the final days of World War II in April 1945. His execution marked a dramatic turning point for Italy, signifying the fall of fascism and the end of Mussolini's long and tumultuous leadership. The footage of his death, captured in the documentary Mussolini is Executed, provides a stark, silent, and graphic glimpse into the final moments of Mussolini's life and the aftermath of his capture. Mussolini had ruled Italy as a fascist dictator since 1922. His alliance with Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany in World War II, along with Italy's military campaigns, brought Italy into conflict with the Allied forces. However, as the war turned against the Axis powers, Mussolini's position became increasingly precarious. By 1943, after the Allied invasion of Sicily, Mussolini was deposed and arrested. Italy signed an armistice with the Allies, but Mussolini was rescued by German forces and installed as the head of a puppet state in northern Italy, known as the Italian Social Republic. From his base near Lake Garda, he continued to lead this crumbling regime, but by 1945, it was clear that his days in power were numbered. In April 1945, as Allied forces advanced and anti-fascist partisans gained strength, Mussolini attempted to flee Italy. On April 27, 1945, he was captured by Italian partisans while trying to escape to Switzerland. With him was his mistress, Clara Petacci, and other fascist officials. The convoy he was traveling with was intercepted near the village of Dondo, Posto delle Como. Mussolini was arrested, along with Petacci and several of his loyal supporters. On April 28, 1945, Mussolini, Clara Petacci, and other captured fascists were executed by partisans. The exact details of his execution vary, but most accounts agree that Mussolini and Petacci were shot by a partisan firing squad. There is some debate about whether Mussolini was given a formal trial or if the decision to execute him was made on the spot. However, it is widely understood that the partisans saw Mussolini's death as necessary to end fascism in Italy and to prevent any chance of him returning to power. The execution took place near the village of Giglino di Mezzegra. Mussolini, along with Petacci, was shot in a small rural area, and their bodies were transported to Milan for public display. The day after their execution, Mussolini, Petacci, and several other fascists were taken to Piazzale Loreto in Milan, a public square that had previously been the site of fascist violence against partisans. In a dramatic and symbolic act, the bodies were hung upside down from beams at a local gas station, a common method used at the time to dishonor the dead. This public display allowed Italians to vent their anger at the fascist regime and marked the end of an era. Crowds gathered to jeer at the bodies. Mussolini's once powerful and authoritative figure now lay lifeless, exposed to the rage of the people he had once ruled. Clara Petacci, who had stayed by Mussolini's side throughout his capture, was similarly displayed. The footage of this event, captured in Mussolini is Executed, is silent but deeply graphic, showing the intense emotions that swirled around Mussolini's death. This graphic shows the bodies of Mussolini, Petacci, and other fascists as they hang from the beams in Piazzale Loreto. The execution of Mussolini was not just a personal end for the dictator. For many Italians, it was a moment of catharsis, a long-awaited justice after years of oppression and suffering during the war. Mussolini's death also marked the broader end of fascism in Europe. As one of the first fascist leaders in Europe, Mussolini had been a key figure in the rise of authoritarian regimes in the 20th century. His execution, along with the fall of Nazi Germany just days later, signaled the end of the Axis powers and the close of one of the darkest chapters in modern history. The footage of Mussolini's execution is still difficult to watch today, not just for its graphic nature, but for what it represents. The violent end of a leader who had once seemed invincible. It also serves as a reminder of the fragility of power and the consequences of tyranny. In the first months of 1945, Japan's situation in the Pacific had become increasingly dire. US forces had steadily fought their way across the Pacific using a strategy of island hopping to capture key locations that would allow them to launch direct attacks on the Japanese home islands. By this time, the Japanese Navy had been decimated, and their ability to resupply their forces had been severely compromised. Despite this, Japan showed no willingness to surrender and made it clear that every inch of land would be defended fiercely, with the hope of inflicting enough casualties on the Allies to deter further invasions. Facing this challenge, US military planners identified Iwo Jima as a critical target. Located only 800 miles from Japan, the island would provide a strategic base for air raids on Japan and a place for damaged bombers to land. The decision to invade Iwo Jima was made with full awareness that it would be a bloody battle, but it was seen as a necessary step to bring the war closer to Japan's doorstep. On February 19, 1945, the US launched one of the largest amphibious assaults in the Pacific. The invasion began with a massive naval and air bombardment intended to weaken the Japanese defenses. However, the Japanese, led by General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, had spent months preparing for the invasion. Instead of defending the beaches, they had created a vast network of tunnels, caves, and bunkers hidden in the island's rugged terrain. As the US Marines landed on the beaches, they were initially met with little resistance, but this was a deliberate tactic by the Japanese. Once the Marines were fully ashore, the Japanese opened fire from their concealed positions, creating chaos and heavy casualties. Despite the intense resistance, the Marines slowly pushed forward inch by inch. Their first major objective was Mount Shuribachi, a volcanic peak that offered a commanding view of the island. After several days of brutal fighting, US forces reached the summit on February 23, 1945, and raised the American flag. This moment, captured by photographer Joe Rosenthal, became one of the most iconic images of World War II. However, this victory did not mark the end of the battle, as much of the island remained under Japanese control. Even after the flag was raised on Mount Shuribachi, the fighting on Iwo Jima continued for several weeks. The Japanese defenders, following Kuribayashi's orders to fight to the death, used their intricate tunnel system to launch surprise attacks on US forces. Each airfield and bunker was fiercely defended, with the Japanese determined to inflict as many casualties as possible. The battle turned into a grueling war of attrition, with both sides suffering heavy losses. The US eventually captured the island's airfields, which were crucial for the Allied air campaign against Japan. By the end of the battle in late March 1945, nearly 7,000 US Marines had been killed, and over 19,000 were wounded. Japanese casualties were even higher, with most of the 21,000-strong garrison killed, including General Kuribayashi. The capture of Iwo Jima had a significant impact on the Pacific War. It provided the US with a vital base from which they could launch bombing raids on Japan and allowed damaged bombers to land safely. The battle also demonstrated the determination of the Japanese to defend their homeland at all costs, which played a role in the US decision to use atomic bombs later in the war to avoid a prolonged invasion of Japan's main islands. The footage and photographs from Iwo Jima, particularly the iconic flag-raising image, have become enduring symbols of the sacrifice and bravery of the US military during World War II. The battle is remembered as one of the most brutal and significant conflicts in the Pacific theater. As the battle for Iwo Jima wore on, it took 2 more weeks for the remaining airfields to fall into US hands. Even while fighting continued, the Air Force began using Iwo Jima's airfields for emergency landings. By the spring and summer of 1945, over 2,500 damaged US bombers made life-saving landings on the island, often rescuing their crews from disaster. By the end of March 1945, after 6 weeks of intense fighting, the final pockets of Japanese resistance were crushed. The cost of the battle was steep. Out of the 22,000-strong Japanese garrison, only about 200 survived. The Americans suffered greatly as well, with nearly 7,000 Marines killed and 18,000 wounded. the island was captured, but the victory came at a heavy price, highlighting the potential cost of a full-scale invasion of Japan's home islands, which some predicted would result in tens of thousands of American casualties. While the US had secured a base in Iwo Jima, the high toll of the battle prompted military planners to consider alternatives to a full-scale invasion of Japan. One of these alternatives was strategic bombing, with the goal of crippling Japan's infrastructure and industrial capacity. However, early in the war, Japan was beyond the reach of US bombers. In April 1942, the US launched a symbolic bombing raid on Tokyo, known as the Doolittle Raid, but this was not a long-term solution. In 1944, the introduction of the B-29 Superfortress, a heavy bomber capable of carrying a large payload over long distances, changed the game. With a range of 3,250 miles, the B-29 could reach Japan from forward bases in the Pacific, making strategic bombing a more feasible option. However, early raids, such as those launched from China in the summer of 1944, faced significant challenges. The long distances involved made it difficult for the bombers to fly with fighter escorts, and many bombs missed their targets as a result. In July 1944, the capture of the Mariana Islands brought new hope to the US strategic bombing campaign. Located just 1,500 miles from Japan, these islands were within the B-29's effective range. On November 24, 1944, over 100 B-29 superfortresses launched a raid on the Nakajima aircraft factory in Tokyo. However, despite the size of the operation, only a small number of bombs hit the target. Over the next few months, other raids followed, but without fighter escorts, the bombers struggled to achieve accuracy. In December 1944, the US shifted its strategy, focusing on lower-altitude firebombing missions. The first major success came in Hanko, where 84 B-29s dropped incendiary bombs that devastated the city. This tactic reached its peak on the night of March 9, 1945, when US bombers dropped 2,000 tons of incendiary bombs on Tokyo, destroying 16 square miles of the city and killing over 100,000 people in what remains one of the deadliest air raids in history. Despite these bombing successes, the US bombers remained vulnerable without fighter escorts. The capture of Iwo Jima allowed American forces to use the island as a base of fighter escorts like the P-51 Mustang, which could accompany B-29 bombers on their raids over Japan, significantly improving their effectiveness. Despite the devastating firebombing campaigns, Japan remained defiant and refused to surrender. Strategic bombing alone was not enough to force Japan's capitulation. As a result, the US began preparing for the next major battle, the invasion of Okinawa, located just 350 miles from the Japanese mainland. The battle for Okinawa, which would begin in April 1945, was seen as a precursor to a potential full-scale invasion of Japan, an operation that would bring even greater loss of life. This series of events set the stage for the final, most controversial chapter of the Pacific War: the use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, a decision that was influenced by the heavy casualties suffered in battles like Iwo Jima and Okinawa and the fierce resistance displayed by the Japanese military. In early 1945, Japan was facing mounting pressure from US forces, who were preparing for a massive assault on Okinawa, the last major island standing between the Allies and mainland Japan. The Japanese, under the command of General Mitsuru Ushijima, had over 120,000 troops stationed on Okinawa and were prepared to defend the island fiercely. Ushijima aimed to turn Okinawa into a defensive stronghold, intending to inflict heavy casualties on the Americans, which he hoped would weaken their resolve. The US forces, led by Admiral Chester Nimitz, launched a vast invasion fleet comprising 40 aircraft carriers, 18 battleships, and hundreds of other vessels. The operation began with a week-long naval bombardment on March 23, 1945, designed to weaken Japanese defenses. On April 1, 1945, the U.S. Marines and Army units landed on Okinawa's shores, expecting fierce opposition, but initially they encountered little resistance. By the end of the first day, 60,000 troops had established a beachhead 2 miles inland, surprising the American commanders. The initial lack of resistance was a tactical move by the Japanese, who had fortified their positions deeper in the island. The U.S. Marines quickly advanced northward, facing sporadic opposition and clearing the northern part of the island within 3 weeks. However, the battle in the south was a different story. Army units advancing towards the southern defensive positions encountered fierce resistance, and the Japanese used a strategy of staged withdrawal. Each time the Americans breached their lines, the Japanese forces would fall back to prepared positions, forcing the Americans into costly battles. At the same time, the Japanese launched a massive aerial counteroffensive against the U.S. fleet stationed off the coast of Okinawa. On April 7, 1945, over 700 Japanese aircraft, including kamikaze pilots, attacked the U.S. naval forces, sinking 2 destroyers and damaging 24 other vessels. The U.S. forces, however, managed to shoot down over 300 Japanese planes during this engagement. The Japanese also deployed the Oka, a rocket-powered suicide missile piloted by kamikaze pilots, but U.S. fighters quickly learned to intercept the planes carrying these missiles, limiting their effectiveness. In a final desperate move, Japan sent the battleship Yamato on a one-way mission to attack the U.S. fleet. However, before it could engage the American ships, the Yamato was detected by U.S. aircraft and was sunk in a massive air attack involving 400 planes. Meanwhile, on the ground, heavy rains turned the battlefield into a quagmire, slowing down the American advance. Each Japanese defensive position had to be painstakingly cleared with flamethrowers, grenades, and explosives, making progress slow and the toll on both sides immense. The Battle of Okinawa was one of the bloodiest in the Pacific theater and served as a grim preview of what an invasion of Japan's home islands might cost. The Japanese resistance was unrelenting and the fighting conditions brutal, with both sides suffering heavy losses. In early 1945, Japan was desperately trying to defend its territory as the U.S. military prepared for the invasion of Okinawa, a key stepping stone for a potential invasion of the Japanese home islands. General Mitsuru Ushijima commanded over 120,000 Japanese troops on the island, with orders to make the U.S. pay dearly for every inch of land. His strategy was to turn Okinawa into a place of intense resistance, hoping that the high cost in American lives would lead to a reconsideration of further assaults on Japan. Admiral Chester Nimitz led the U.S. invasion force, which was massive by any standards. It included 40 aircraft carriers, 18 battleships, and hundreds of supporting vessels. The operation began on March 23, 1945, with a week-long naval and aerial bombardment aimed at softening Japanese defenses before the ground troops landed. On April 1, U.S. Marines and Army units began landing on Okinawa's southwestern shores. Contrary to expectations, the initial landings encountered almost no opposition. By the end of the day, 60,000 American troops had secured a beachhead 2 miles deep. For the next few days, U.S. forces spread out across the island, with the Marines pushing north and Army units advancing south. The northern part of Okinawa saw sporadic resistance and was cleared within 3 weeks. However, the southern part of the island was where the Japanese had prepared their strongest defenses, and U.S. troops met fierce resistance. The Japanese defensive strategy involved allowing the Americans to penetrate their initial positions before withdrawing to more fortified lines. This tactic prolonged the battle, making each American advance slow and costly. At the same time, Japan launched a massive air assault on the US fleet. On April 7, over 700 Japanese aircraft, including kamikaze pilots, attacked the American ships. This was one of the largest kamikaze assaults of the war, sinking 2 US destroyers and damaging 24 other vessels. However, the cost to Japan was high, as they lost over 300 planes in the assault. In a desperate move, Japan also deployed a new weapon, the Oka, a rocket-powered suicide missile piloted by kamikaze volunteers. Though designed to cause significant damage, US fighter planes quickly adapted, intercepting and destroying many of the bombers carrying these missiles before they could be launched. Additionally, the Japanese Navy sent the battleship Yamato on a suicide mission to sink US ships, but US reconnaissance detected the ship, and 400 aircraft were dispatched to intercept it. In just 2 hours, the Yamato was sunk, marking the end of Japan's major naval offensive capabilities. As US forces pressed deeper into Okinawa, heavy rains turned the battlefield into a muddy quagmire. The island's rugged terrain and intricate network of caves and bunkers made progress slow and deadly for the Americans. Every cave and bunker had to be cleared individually, often requiring the use of flamethrowers, grenades, and explosives. The Japanese forces, though heavily outnumbered, used every opportunity to fall back to new defensive lines, continuing the fight and increasing US casualties. The battle for Okinawa was one of the bloodiest in the Pacific theater, with significant losses on both sides. It provided a grim preview of what an invasion of Japan's main islands might cost, influencing the decision-making process leading to the eventual use of atomic bombs to bring the war to a close. As US casualties continued to rise on Okinawa, with the campaign stretching into June 1945, American forces finally captured the critical town of Shuri on June 1. 4 days later, another contingent of US Marines landed south of Naha, Okinawa's capital, linking up with troops from the north. Despite fierce Japanese resistance, by June 17, their defenses were crumbling, and on June 22, the Americans declared the island secure. General Mitsuru Ushijima, the Japanese commander, committed seppuku rather than face capture. Over 7,000 Japanese soldiers surrendered, marking the first large-scale capture of Japanese troops during the war. The human toll was staggering. Over 100,000 Japanese soldiers and around 40,000 civilians perished. The Americans, too, faced devastating losses, with more than 15,000 men killed and many more wounded. The brutal campaign on Okinawa underscored the scale of the challenge the US would face if they proceeded with a full invasion of Japan's home islands. Military estimates suggested that such an invasion would cost hundreds of thousands of American lives, as Japan still had around 1 million soldiers prepared to defend their homeland, supported by 5,000 aircraft and countless kamikaze pilots. There were also concerns that mass civilian suicides and attacks would further complicate the invasion. Amidst the uncertainty about how to bring the war to an end, the US learned about a potential alternative to a costly invasion. In July 1945, President Harry S. Truman received the results of a top-secret scientific project known as the Manhattan Project. This effort had been underway for 3 years, developing a new type of weapon, the atomic bomb. Led by General Leslie Groves and physicist Robert Oppenheimer, the project had successfully produced 2 types of atomic bombs, one using uranium and the other using plutonium. On July 16, 1945, the first plutonium bomb was successfully tested in the New Mexico desert during an event known as the Trinity Test. The successful detonation demonstrated the unprecedented power of the new weapon, and news of the test quickly reached President Truman, who was attending the Potsdam Conference with British Prime Minister Winston Churchill and Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin. Given Japan's refusal to surrender and the enormous potential costs of a land invasion, Truman made the decision to use the atomic bombs to force Japan's surrender. 2 bombs were prepared for use: a uranium bomb, codenamed Little Boy, and a plutonium bomb, codenamed Fat Man. These bombs were transported to the Mariana Islands, where the US prepared to deliver them to Japan. On August 6, 1945, Colonel Paul Tibbets and his crew took off in the B-29 bomber Enola Gay with Little Boy on board. At 8:15 a.m., the bomb was dropped over the city of Hiroshima. The explosion unleashed the force of 13,000 tons of TNT, and temperatures at the epicenter reached an unimaginable 5,000 degrees Celsius. Thousands of people were instantly vaporized, and buildings within a 5-mile radius were leveled by the shockwaves. Around 40,000 people were killed instantly, and as many as 100,000 more died in the following weeks from burns, injuries, and radiation sickness. Despite the devastating impact of the bomb, Japan did not immediately surrender. On August 9, just 3 days later, the US dropped Fat Man on the port city of Nagasaki, another critical military hub. This bomb had an even greater destructive power, and although Nagasaki's terrain absorbed some of the blast, the devastation was still overwhelming. Estimates suggest that around 40,000 people were killed instantly in Nagasaki, with tens of thousands more succumbing to injuries and radiation over time. Following the atomic bombings, President Truman issued a stern warning to Japan. "Let there be no mistake, we shall completely destroy Japan's power to make war." Despite the overwhelming destruction, it took several more days before Japan officially surrendered. On August 15, 1945, Japan's Emperor Hirohito announced the country's unconditional surrender, marking the end of World War II. The decision to use atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki remains one of the most controversial moments in modern history. The plutonium bomb, dropped on Nagasaki on August 9, 1945, was even more destructive than the uranium bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Though it missed its intended target, the devastation was immense. The explosion, equivalent to 21,000 tons of TNT, caused between 35,000 and 50,000 immediate deaths, with thousands more dying in the following days from injuries and radiation sickness. Despite the unprecedented destruction, Japan's leadership hesitated to surrender. The same day, US Secretary of State James Burns issued a stern warning, making it clear that more atomic bombings would follow if Japan did not surrender. This was a pivotal moment, as Japan now faced both the devastating power of the atomic bomb and the growing threat from the Soviet Union. In the early hours of August 9, 1.5 million Soviet troops stormed into Japanese-held Manchuria and northern China. The Red Army, led by Stalin, was seeking both territorial gains and influence in the post-war peace settlement. Despite Japan's large presence in the area, the Soviet advance was swift and overwhelming. That evening, Emperor Hirohito met with Japan's military and political leaders. The war cabinet was divided. Half supported peace, and the other half wanted to continue the fight. In a rare move, Hirohito was asked for his opinion, and he chose peace, provided his position as emperor remained intact. On August 10, the Japanese government sent a proposal to the US requesting that Hirohito's status as emperor be preserved. However, the US insisted on unconditional surrender. Meanwhile, the Soviet forces continued their rapid advance, and American air raids further devastated Japan's infrastructure. On August 14, the US agreed to safeguard Hirohito's position. As long as he accepted the authority of the Supreme Commander of Allied forces, Hirohito used his influence to persuade the War Cabinet to accept these terms. That same day, President Truman announced Japan's unconditional surrender, and celebrations erupted in the US and Allied nations. On August 15, for the first time, the Japanese people heard their emperor's voice. In a radio broadcast, Hirohito informed his people that Japan would surrender to prevent further devastation. Most Japanese military units obeyed, though Soviet forces continued to seize territory in Manchuria for another week. While most of Japan's military complied with the emperor's orders, communication issues meant that some isolated Japanese garrisons in Southeast Asia and the Pacific continued to fight for weeks, unaware of the surrender. In extreme cases, a few soldiers hid in jungles for decades, refusing to believe that the war had ended. On August 28, US troops landed in Japan, and on September 2, 1945, aboard the US Missouri in Tokyo Bay, Japan formally signed the document of unconditional surrender. US General Douglas MacArthur, who would oversee Japan's post-war recovery, led the ceremony. The end of the war marked the beginning of a new era, one defined by the specter of nuclear weapons and the shifting balance of power in the world. The atomic bomb had not only ended World War II, but also guiding in the nuclear age, setting the stage for the Cold War and new geopolitical rivalries.